Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Some lawmakers say the legislature didn't ask voters to settle whether abortion is health care. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports lawmakers claim it's because they fear the pro-abortion lobby will flood Wyoming with out-of-state money.
I think most people went into this year's legislative session thinking that an abortion amendment proposition would come out of it, would head for the ballot this fall and ask voters, do you want to codify this right? And that didn't happen. So I talked to some lawmakers who said, yeah, but you got to really amp up for that because other states have had lots of out-of-state money come in when they have this ballot question, and then all of this public messaging starts and they end up with that right codified instead of reversed.
Changing the Wyoming Constitution would take a 2/3 majority in both the House and Senate, then a majority vote by the people at the next general election, which is November 3rd of this year. Without cold winter temperatures to keep them subdued, Wyoming's summer could be dominated by bugs. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one entomologist says prepare for more flies and mosquitoes.
Wyoming's winter has a direct impact on the life cycle of insects. And now that we've had an abnormally warm winter, that could lead to a much more buggy summer with swarms of insects. But the ones that are going to thrive in those conditions are the ones that people don't like. It's too early to say whether we're going to have swarms of insects this summer, but the conditions are already set up for a lot of insects to thrive as it wasn't that cold this winter. So a lot of insects that would have stayed dormant or suppressed during the colder months are already active and out and about. You're going to see more filth flies.
University of Wyoming Extension's entomologist Scott Schell tells Cowboy State Daily that the earlier mosquitoes hatch, it could lead to a higher transmission of West Nile virus, which can affect livestock and humans. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Watch for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk. Arrive alive. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Police say the former CEO for the Saratoga Chamber of Commerce admitted to writing herself more than $77,000 worth of checks drawn on a chamber account. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports Amanda Notwell's case was elevated to felony court on Wednesday.
Anything over $1,000 is felony, so $77,000 is more than that. What's interesting is that the police chief did his accounting from the bank records and came to an amount a little over $77,000. When he asked the former chamber president how much she thought, she pulled out a spreadsheet. So apparently she had anticipated figuring this out. She pulled out a spreadsheet and gave him a number that was only $25 off from what he had found.
If convicted on the single charge of felony theft, Notwell could face up to 10 years in prison, a fine of up to $10,000, or both. Bar None's mayor said it was sleazy that a Reed Reisner defamation lawsuit was served against a councilman during a public meeting on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the mayor said it was probably the lowest thing he's ever seen in his life.
So Mayor Peter Boyer told me I'd never seen anything worse. That was on the hyperbolic side, but he still reiterated his point that he found it sleazy. He said those council meetings are for the business of Bar None, not for someone to serve a civil suit on one of the council members. Sobrowski's next step is he can file a motion to dismiss if he believes that the evidence pled doesn't uphold the legal mechanisms that are also alleged. And then if the judge isn't swayed, then they would exchange evidence. And if the evidence then doesn't support the claims, then he can file a motion for summary judgment.
Bar None Town Councilman Dan Zabrowski was sitting in a public council meeting on Tuesday when a man served him with a defamation lawsuit from Wyoming congressional candidate Reed Reisner during the public participation part of the meeting. That's according to a video of the incident and an interview Zabrowski gave to Cowboy State Daily. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. We are off and running straight out of the gate. We're going to chat with Tim Bradshaw. He's the old sheriff. Welcome to the new sheriff in Cheyenne Regional Airport. I'm glad finally, Tim, you get out of. I mean, you announced a while ago that you said, "Hey, I'm done directing flights at Cheyenne. It's time for somebody else to take over." Takes a while to find the right person. We'll talk why. There's a limited pool to draw from. Doug Bullock's going to take over things at Cheyenne Regional Airport. Longtime director of aviation Tim Bradshaw is stepping down and led the airport through some great times, prosperous times, numbers up, enplanements, deplanements, all those fancy passenger carrying words. Tim, thanks for joining us in the early hour. How's everything at the airport?
Doing really well. Thanks for having me on.
You
and
bet.
I got to say, I got to know, where did you get that hat? Because I want that hat.
They have these at like Maverick gas station. If you go to Maverick gas station C-store or
Yes.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. I love it.
Well, I'm living the life of Mountain Dude in Jackson Hole, where we have Jim Elwood. He's all you airport directors know each other, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, Jim's a great guy. He's done well at the Jackson Hole Airport. Cheyenne Airport, hey, that has some history. It's really cool. And so let's start with what it is you do. Someone like you, an airport manager, or whatever you want to call it, the aviation general, a lot of different hats. You've got to work with the airlines. In Cheyenne, you got to work with military. There's a political aspect to the gig. You got to work with state and county governing bodies. There's a lot of spinning plates.
Yes, that's true. You nailed it right there. Because people ask me all the time, like, what is it you actually do? Do you direct airplanes? Do you work for the airlines? No, we're kind of like the landlord, but we have all these tenants. Like you mentioned, we have the airlines, the rental cars, the military, everybody involved there, and have to deal with the local governments and the FAA, the TSA, and what's going on right now with the TSA, which is really worrying a lot of people.
Yeah, we're going to have Senator Cynthia Lummis on later today, and I'll see what she can do to twist the arms of the Democrats to get the TSA paid, FEMA paid, all those guys. But TSA, as they say, leave early and go early. TSA is just slammed right now. Poor guys.
Well, we're very fortunate to have a lot of great folks who work there at the airport and TSA. They've been working, showing up every day, not getting paid. There has been people collecting food and giving gift cards and trying to help them out through this time.
So in the time you've been at the Cheyenne Airport, numbers up, trending up. employments, deployments, stuff like that. I mean, the more people that want to fly in and out of Cheyenne, the more the commercial airlines have to add flights. And that's all great for the economy. It's all great for Cheyenne. Numbers still heading up?
Yes, absolutely. A bit of a challenge that we have, unlike Jackson Hole, is we're only 100 miles from Denver. Denver is the 4th or 5th busiest airport in the world. So I always say it's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because it is so close. It's actually a 17-minute flight from Cheyenne to Denver. And once you get to Denver, you can connect anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
But it's also tough because we lose a lot of people who drive to Denver rather than flying out of Cheyenne. We always had that challenge, but the numbers have been up. We're running more than 80% full on our flights. And we're trying to get the airlines to add additional flights in there. And we're also talking to other carriers about maybe providing service to either Las Vegas or Phoenix.
That'd be nice. I mean, trying to get direct to regional spots because, yes, even in Jackson, we'll drive to Denver because we all end up in Denver anyway, depending on what airline you fly. Maybe you go to Salt Lake. But, yeah, Denver's so close. I would imagine people down there in the southeast part of the state will opt to maybe drive to Denver. That is a challenge. There's unique challenges for every airport. You had coming into the Cheyenne airport, you had experience at Roanoke, Blacksburg. You've been in Iowa. What is unique about what you were doing there? If you were to tell the next airport manager, what this is not like anywhere else you've ever been?
Well, it's, there's the old saying in our business, you've seen one airport, because each airport is unique in this destination. Like I'm now moving to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and Myrtle Beach is a destination airport. Jackson Hole is a destination airport. So there's the differences in there.
Yeah.
But the other airports I've worked at, they have their own challenges with nearby airports, competition, weather. But I told Doug's going to really like the Cheyenne airport because it's the community of people there. The people really support the airport. That's what I've really enjoyed. I don't know if you're from Wyoming, but my time here at Wyoming has been the best of all the jobs I've had because of the people in the community and the support that we have.
Oh, that's nice of you to say. We want to think it's always that way when it comes to Wyoming, but it is community. The airport doesn't live on an island by itself, even though some airports are run, they might think they are. You have to be integrated into the community, and that takes outreach. It takes effort. The more you buy in and get tied into the community, the better it's going to come back to the airport.
Yeah. I always say it creates brand loyalty. Like somebody who's looking to buy a ticket, they can say, okay, I can get in the car and drive 100 miles down to Denver and get on another airline like that. But you know what? I like supporting my local airport, supporting our local community. And that's what we do. We try to build that brand loyalty for people because it is a Wyoming airport.
You can't do it alone. No airport manager can do it alone, Tim. I'm sure your people, the staff, and the board. I mean, explain the relationship there. The board calls the shots. You just carry out and implement, and you got a lot of great people on there, I'm sure.
Absolutely. You got to have a good professional board on there. And a lot of people don't realize that this board are citizen volunteers. They don't get paid. They don't get free flights. They don't get any kind of perks. Maybe a free parking space. Maybe, we'll give them that, but parking's free anyway. But really, you got to have people that are a part of the fabric of the community. We have a banker, a doctor, a pilot. We have all these people on the board, and they're there to support the airport and support the community because they want to see the community thrive and prosper. So you need people like that, and you need the support of the local governments. We've got a great city of Cheyenne, Laramie County. They're always there to help out, and so that's you nailed it. We really have to be a part of the fabric of the community and have a lot of support.
Leadership transition underway at Cheyenne Regional Airport. Tim Bradshaw is with us, giving way to the new guy. It's going to be Doug Bullock. He'll take over on April 5th. That sound right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
All right. So tell me, through your time there, I think how many, 5 years, 6 years?
Just short of 5 years.
Yeah. Tell me about any kind of expansion or capital improvement whenever you want to do something in the airport, even here in Jackson Hole, even changing up the baggage area. I mean, these are major capital projects. You need money for them, these construction projects. And that's up to somebody in your role to navigate all that as well.
Well, we've got great partners in that regard. So, a lot of our funding comes from the FAA. 90 to 95% of the funding for a lot of our major airside capital projects come from that. And that's from your ticket tax. When you buy an airline ticket or people buy fuel for an airplane, that's where the money comes from. But we also rely on YDOT and to contribute as well, too. And of all the airports I've worked at, and I'm not just saying this, YDOT is the best out of all of them. They really support their airports because it's a rural state, and they realize the importance of having air service in a state like Wyoming. So they put up the money, they pay for it. They're actually getting ready to do a project for this summer where we're going to do the crack sealing and seal coating of the pavement. Doesn't sound like a very sexy project, but those are the kinds of things that we need support on, and YDOT does a great job with that. But any type of capital project we did, like the runway project, that shut us down for a while there a couple of years ago. That takes a lot of years of planning and coordination with everybody involved, with the local government, the FAA, everyone. And we were able to get that project done. It should last for another 50 years, and I don't plan on being there, of course, for the next time they have to do the runway project. But they are very involved, a lot of planning, a lot of people involved in making sure that those projects get done. And you mentioned Cynthia Lummis, great example of, she's always there to help the airports. She realizes the importance of airports in the state, and it's always there to help out. They reach out to us all the time. Hey, what do you need? What can we do? And they're our eyes and ears in Washington as well, too, to help us with these grant opportunities.
Tim Bradshaw announced his retirement as the director of aviation, the airport director. Didn't get out there soon. You didn't get away soon enough, Tim. Last week, the wind. Oh, my goodness. Have you done a walk around and figure out what roofs are still there? Like, what happened?
Yeah. That was tough.
Oh.
We lost 2 roofs on our buildings, just 100-mile-an-hour winds. I've lived in Cheyenne enough to see the winds and dealt with it, but boy, this was one of the worst I've ever seen. And yeah, we're still trying to fix those roofs now.
Yeah, and please, if anybody is listening in Nebraska, Iowa, we need the wind socks back. They're all gone. Like, that's one thing pilots look for, the wind sock. Oh, it's gone. All right, we got some crosswinds. Oh man. So yeah, and I was surprised to see in that article about damage at the airport that you have to get people out of the control tower when winds get in excess of 70 miles an hour, which is like every day.
Yes, that's their protocol, that they have to evacuate the tower. Fortunately, we do have some other ways that they can still control traffic. But yeah, when it gets up there, they're all abandoning ship when it gets to be like that, because that tower's rocking.
Man, oh man. Well, you won't miss that headed to Myrtle Beach. So you think we got the right guy? Were you involved in the choice? I know it's tough to find. There's not many, qualified airport directors. You need experience. Doug brings, almost 30 years, same as you. You know the gig. You like the guy we got? Is he going to fit in?
Absolutely. He's from the West. He likes he understands the West, which I learned to appreciate the way that people are here. He brings a wealth of experience in developing airports and moving them forward. And that's what the board was looking for. And it is a long process. As you mentioned, there's not very many of us out there. And we all kind of know each other, and it takes a long time. It's anywhere from 6 to 8 months to find a replacement. They do a nationwide search. I did help them out with the selection process, kind of narrowing down the list of candidates. And once we got down to 4 or 5 good candidates, then the board interviewed them and selected the one that they felt like it was going to be the person to take the airport to the next chapter.
I like it. Tim Bradshaw, he's wheels up to his next adventure. And airport directors don't ride off into the sunset. They fly off into the sunset. Hey, best of luck on the next chapter. Thank you for everything you did at Cheyenne Regional. And thanks for coming on, Tim.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thanks for helping. You bet. Bye-bye.
Have a great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll be back with more after this.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. Great to have you along with us. We got an action-packed program this morning. We already started with Tim Bradshaw. He's the outgoing airport director at Cheyenne Regional. Announced his retirement quite a while ago, but it takes time to find the right fit for, the new person that's going to lead the airport. And the new person is Doug Bullock, ready to take the helm on April 5th. I can imagine last week during that high wind, they had to have grounded some flights. I mean, especially when the wind's blowing 90, triple digit. That's the kind of wind at an airport where I imagine the discourse between tower and pilot is something like, where's my radio? United Flight 31, I have not cleared you for takeoff. What are you doing? I see you lifting off. And the pilot for United be like, I didn't touch anything. The wind is just... I swear I didn't even hit the thrusters. I didn't do nothing. And the plane's just, trying to take off. Oh, man, that was some wind. Damaged roofs out there. That's just one of the things that airport directors have to deal with. Fixing things that break. And, dealing with airlines. Let's go right from Tim Bradshaw to this guy, our next guest. We're going to talk about the stock growers. We're going to talk about the drought, I think. Let's get some fancy music playing for Jim. There we go. That sounds impressive. Jim Magagna joins us. We're going to chat a little bit about what's going on in Nebraska, certainly drought conditions, how it is affecting stock growers everywhere. Jim is the executive vice president of the Wyoming Stock Growers Association, the oldest organization in Wyoming, established April 4th, 1872, prior to statehood. I mean, stock growers been around a little bit. Jim, what's going on in the Sand Hills region of Nebraska? 800,000 acres burned, and that's grass that you can't put back real fast, and it's just going to put more pressure on cattlemen and more pressure. I don't even want to know what it's going to do to hay prices, which are already getting high, and I don't know if Wyoming's poised to help. We're pretty dry ourselves. What is this going to mean, Jim? It's not good news.
Well, it's certainly not good news for our industry, and 40,000 head of cattle, at least the last number I heard, that have been displaced. They need to go somewhere. And, we've certainly been looking to see, can we be helpful in Wyoming? We've provided them with some financial support, but as far as being able to provide pasture for cattle, in particular, eastern Wyoming is in its own drought situation. And as we've seen the past 2 years, we're not free from the risk of fire in Wyoming either. We're under red flag alerts today in much of the state. And we're fully prepared that, unfortunately, we're probably going to see some additional significant fires in our state for the third year in a row this summer.
Yeah, and when drought, Wyoming's no stranger to drought, especially the eastern half of the state. But it usually cycles around where you'll have a year, maybe two of drought, and then you'll have a wet season, and things will kind of rebound. I'm afraid when we stack one drought year on top of the next drought year, when you start getting continuous years where you just don't have the moisture, it starts to add up even worse. Then you add the wind, which I think has an effect on potential grazing. I mean, your topsoil, your grass, it just blows away as soon as it breaks ground.
Well, that certainly is a risk in places. Now, if there's some good news in Wyoming, a small amount of moisture can often make a big difference. And we've had a few of those in different places. There are some areas that haven't really had anything, but a good part of the state is not with an abundance of moisture, but they've had enough moisture, I think, to get some spring forage growth at least. And as far as pasture, we could still be okay. As far as hay is concerned, that means irrigation water, and our water flows are going to be way down. Of course, the serious situation is in western Wyoming with the Colorado River scenario, and it's hard to predict what the outcome of that's going to be now, because part of it is driven by nature and part of it's driven by politics.
Jim Magagna is with us, and we're talking a little bit about the fires in Nebraska displacing tens of thousands of head of cattle. And this is an industry that's really tight-knit, and it does not recognize state borders. States help out each other. Jim, is the Wyoming Stock Growers Association, is your phone ringing? Would you be a part of that effort to pledge whatever we can do? Our friends in Montana, our friends in the Dakotas, Nebraska, we're all in the same boat, so to speak. When one grower is down, the rest have to help and always do. What are you doing to help coordinate efforts to find out where help is needed, and we'll do what we can?
Well, that is certainly true. And, we've had significant fires the past 2 seasons in Wyoming. We started 2 years ago a wildlife relief fund to raise dollars to help our ag producers in the state. We were quite successful with providing some assistance, and people in other states stepped up. They provided some financial contributions. We were fielding phone calls from people saying, I've got a load of hay, I'll donate, or I'll haul hay if someone has some that they want to donate. And so we're encouraging people in Wyoming. In fact, our monthly newsletter is going out today. It'll be on there, and we'll have things on our website as well to encourage people to step forward in whatever the way they can. We've sent a financial contribution to the Nebraska cattlemen from our own wildlife relief fund, and every little bit's going to help. If there's any good thing, at least from what we know at this point, it appears that there weren't huge deaths of cattle in this, that most of the cattle were able to be removed out of there and escaped it. But now what do you do with them?
Yeah.
And it's particularly significant. We've had these high cattle markets this past year, which have been a blessing to our industry. But it's also, unfortunately, can be an incentive to say, well, best thing you do is just get rid of my cattle, sell them. Price is good. I'll get a good return on them. And that might be a good short-term fix for a producer. It's a long-term threat to our industry.
That's what I was going to ask you next, Jim, because now you got stock growers faced with a two-pronged thing. You got no grass, rising prices in hay. Your cattle grazing has been displaced by fire, and you're looking at some record prices right now for beef. I mean, you got to throw up your hands as a rancher and say, all right, I get the sign, God. You want me to sell all my cows? Great for the rancher, but in the long term, next year, 5 years, 10 years down the road, there's no more cows on the land.
Those are not easy decisions, and our cattle numbers are down across the country and in Wyoming. And part of that is that as producers are making their decisions in the fall, how many heifers do I keep to keep my herd numbers up? Well, gee, I'm facing droughts, so I'm going to have less forage available. And these heifers are so incredibly valuable. I'm better off to sell them, and even people selling some of their mature cows because of that. So those high prices can be a blessing to the pocketbook, but a challenge to the industry.
Yeah, and look what stock growers are up against. It seems always Mother Nature, but here's what drought does. When the wildfire is the worst scenario, obviously, but just in a drought, there's carrying capacity. I can't carry as many cows on these acres. There's weaning weight, which is down whenever there's not available water, and ADG, average daily gain. All these numbers mean you're not producing as good as you could. Water is everything, and we're in a period where we're not getting enough of it. Real nervous right now. I hope we get a wet spring.
Well, we are. I like to say that if you're in the cattle business, there's three things that matter: the markets, the weather, and the government. And if two of the three are working in your favor, it's a pretty decent year. Well, last year we kind of had that. This year we're looking at the weather's not in our favor. The markets are very much in our favor. And I think government in general is in our favor, but they keep throwing little things out there that have impacts on our marketplace too. And it's amazing how a comment from the president can take several dollars off the market for a week or two. Then fortunately we've usually recovered from that, but the uncertainty is not a good thing for our industry.
A few comments from the president could really affect how much it costs to fill that John Deere tractor as well. Diesel prices are insane, but I wasn't expecting to go there. Cows, the cash efforts is great, but cows can't eat money. I remember when Wyoming had those fires and Texas just brought up truckloads of hay out of Texas. So we all help each other, and Wyoming is going to be there for Nebraska, vice versa. And we'll all get through it this spring and summer. And I hope you folks are doing what you can. I know you are. Jim Magagna, Executive Vice President, Wyoming Stock Growers Association. Tough times always. When you're a rancher, you never sleep well, I think. Thanks for being on, Jim.
Thank you, Jake. We appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Friday. We'll be back right after this quick break.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Welcome back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show off and running with guest Tim Bradshaw. He's the outgoing airport director at Cheyenne Regional. Jim Magagna just popped in with the Wyoming Stock Growers Association talking about Wyoming's impending drought season, snowpack, especially in the eastern part of the state. In the west, it's barely good enough snowpack-wise. In the east, drought again, and that is certainly not great news for cattlemen, stock growers, sheepmen. In Nebraska, drought has got wildfires raging in March. Is that unusual? Yeah, it is. Today's the first day of spring, or is it the first day of summer? Record temps, smashed records, triple digits in Arizona. I wanted to talk about that story with Don Day, but I can't even wait because it's real. Experts say unprecedented and deadly weather extremes are now the new norm, perhaps, in the Southwest. Yesterday, day before, today, and tomorrow, they're coping with record heat. Months ahead of schedule. 110 degrees Fahrenheit in the Arizona desert is not unusual for July. For March, unheard of. Smashed records. Yesterday, in the Arizona desert, the highest March temperature recorded in the U.S. ever, 110 degrees. That's insane. Arizona, Southern California, preliminary readings 109 degrees for today. This is going to shape up to be the hottest March on record for the Southwest. And we watch these things happen, these weather headlines, and that we become numb to them. They do become the new normal. I guess it's the new normal that will be 82 degrees today in Casper on the first day of spring. What does that mean for the first day of summer? Let's see, 82 plus, I don't know, add 20, 102 in Casper, first day of summer, probably. Let's do an updated weather forecast because weather is crazy. Red flag warning today in Casper until 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Sunny, breezy, highs 79 in Casper. You'll hit 80 in Riverton today. Red flag warning, hot, breezy. Red flag warning in Evanston until 9 tomorrow. Sunny, 74 with breezy, wind gusts 77 in Green River. Pinedale, 67 today. Pinedale is normally holding a good amount of snow this time of year still. Not anymore. You can't find a flake. 67 and sunny in Pinedale. Alpine, 71 and sunshine. DuBois, sunny, breezy, 65. Jackson going to be near 70 today with plenty of sunshine. Red flag warning in Thermopolis till 9 tomorrow, 9 at night. 82, the high in Thermopolis. Cody topping out at 77. Red flag warning, hot and windy. Buffalo, red flag warning till 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Clouds on the increase, 77 in Buffalo, 82 in Sheridan today with plenty of sunshine. Gillette, sunny, 81, 78 in Newcastle with abundant sunshine. Torrington, highs near 87 degrees with the wind blowing. That's red flag warning, you bet. 87 and windy. 78 in Lusk. In the state capital, Cheyenne, highs upper 70s. Red flag warning, wind gusts up to 30. Laramie, red flag warning till 8 tomorrow night. 73 the high. Sunny in Rawlins, red flag warning, sunny, breezy, 73. 70s and 80s throughout the state on March 20. It is the first day of spring now, officially, so we can say, finally, all right, I guess it's okay to be 82 today. It's no longer winter, technically. But winter was no longer winter in Wyoming. Never had it, never showed up. We invited it. No RSVP and a no-show for winter. Rumors that it was coming. Oh, I heard winter's going to come and bring a +1. Never happened. Leslie said, yeah, the wind was really bad last week. We were talking about wind at the airport. Two surveys that have Wyoming in them. One of them, they're totally have no connection. One is most dangerous commutes. For those who commute to work, drive to work, what states have rank up there in the most dangerous commutes? Wyoming places pretty high, unfortunately high in that list. And the other one concerns the top states for soccer moms. And I don't quite know the metrics. CSB, not to be confused with CBS. CSB. Who is CSB? Canada Sports Betting. Okay. Well, they must know soccer in the U.S., of course, when they're not busy doing hockey. Wyoming may be known for wide open landscapes, but it's also officially one of the biggest soccer mom hotspots in America. Wyoming ranked number 2 in the entire U.S. with a 28.52% probability of a mom, of a mother of kids being a so-called soccer mom. Likely. So you got almost 1/3, almost 1 in every 3 moms is a soccer mom. You have a kid playing soccer. That means moms are running hauling gear, running carpools, living out of their vehicles. In Wyoming, it means a whole lot of windshield time, doesn't it? Assuming if your kid's taking the bus to the game, but a lot of moms, they got to drive to the game anyway to watch the match, so they'll drive the kid. Number 2, most likely soccer mom in the U.S. is Wyoming. Highest miles driven per capita in the United States. Yeah, Wyoming ranks number 1 there. 16,501 miles driven per capita in the United States. And one other metric they used in the survey, of course, the soccer mom has a minivan. She's got to bring half the team after all. There's carpooling. One of the highest van ownership rates nationwide. Wyoming checks the box there, top 5. Interesting. Wyoming is the soccer mom state. Number 2, I don't know who number 1 is. I didn't read the rest of the survey. One place Wyoming probably doesn't want to rank is most dangerous states for commuters. This compiled by Kitchell Law, looking at accident and data to the NHTSA from 2019 through 2024. Wyoming ranks number 3 as the top 10 most dangerous states for commuters. They may not be the states you think of when you think about a commute. Certainly the coast, California, New York, Massachusetts, those are the states where I think people are commuting en masse to work. But I think in general, that's a safer commute. When you got 5 billion cars stuffed on the same road and you're bumper to bumper, you're going 2 miles an hour. The chance of it being a dangerous commute, I think, are much less. It's why you don't see any of the big states, the most populated states, making the list. There were some of the more least populated states where rural in nature and driving is the only way to do it. Mississippi topped the list by far. Arkansas was number 2, most dangerous states for commuters driving to work. Wyoming came in number 3. New Mexico at number 4. Our friends in Montana were down at 6. Alabama, Louisiana, a lot of states in the southeast. Tennessee, Oklahoma, and South Carolina all round up the top 10. But Wyoming, number 3 most dangerous state to drive in. Also parsing out the data for Wyomingites, a few more fatality accidents happen on the evening commute, what would be termed, the late rush hour, the afternoon rush hour. It's slightly more dangerous, but the numbers are pretty close for Wyoming as compared to just about every other state. Every state had more fatalities, significantly more, some almost double on the evening commute. And you would have to think that has to do with darkness. First and foremost, that commute home is probably done with lights on at night, probably. But that trended across every state in the list. What do we guess today coming up? I haven't outlined the day. We've already had Tim Bradshaw. He's the retiring Cheyenne Regional Airport Director. He announced his retirement, I want to say back in 2024. And they knew it would be a months-long search to find the next guy, Doug Bullock, but it was more than months. It was many months. And finally, Tim gets to retire from the gig at Cheyenne. And yeah, it was nice to have him come on and chat and tell us a little bit about what the job entails. What is it when you're the boss of an airport? What do you do? And no, you're not the guy out there with the pinafores, with the sticks, bringing the planes. They got somebody to do that. But there's a lot of different hats you wear. You got to work with commercial airlines, private aircraft. And yeah, that's now going to be the job of Doug Bullock. He assumes the role April 5th. He'll be the new guy, the new airport director at Cheyenne Regional, bringing more than 28 years of experience in the aviation biz. Tim Bradshaw led the airport through a real growth period. Numbers were up and up and up. And I thought it was cool that Tim said, and I thought rather genuinely said that his time with Wyoming in many ways was the best of experiences. He's done the gig for 30 years. He's been an airport director at Roanoke Blacksburg Regional Airport. He's been an airport director in Iowa. He's been all over the country. That's what these guys do. If that's your job, you just move up the ladder, take gigs in new communities. And he said in many ways, the Wyoming job, he became fully immersed in what it takes to be a Westerner and a Wyoming person. He said we had the nicest people and the highest wind that he's ever seen as an airport director. So, yeah, good for you, Tim. You get the gold watch. Moving on. And Doug, you're ready to go. Doug Bullock will take over things at Cheyenne Regional. Jim Magagna was just on. He's the VP, executive VP at the Wyoming Stock Growers Association. He talked about what Wyoming can do to help Nebraska ranchers who are, he said some 40,000 cows have been displaced by fires in Nebraska. They rage across the region. Some almost 1 million acres burned up now, 800,000 acres in the Sand Hills area of Nebraska. Prime grazing grass all gone. And I don't know that it comes back this season. I think it's like gone for a year. And now what do you do with all that cattle? What do you do with the cows? Some ranchers, certainly with prices where they are now, are going to choose to sell now. They may not be ready. They may not have those calves anywhere near the weight on them, but for many, they're going to have to sell. For others, they're going to have to figure things out, including trucking in hay, and hay prices are going through the roof with drought conditions throughout the West. Wyoming poised to help where they can, but other than sending money, which Jim Magagna's outfit has already done, Wyoming Stock Growers Association, Jim said they've already sent a check off to the Nebraska Cattlemen's Association, I think they call it over there. He's already done what he can on behalf of Wyoming, and everybody works together. Anybody who runs cows on the land, Montana, Wyoming, the Dakotas, Nebraska, they all help each other out because they're all in the same boat. It's drought for you, wildfires for you, and ranchers just always up against some kind of concern. It's not a business for the thin-skinned. Jennifer Thoma will be on later in the show. She's in charge of everything they do up there in Cody, the Cody Country Chamber of Commerce executive director. Jennifer will let us know what's the latest going on in Cody. Of course, they got big plans for the 4th of July celebration, 250th. Cody is the place you need to be, and I hope you booked your room already because that place is going to be busting at the seams. Cody, Wyoming they're going to do it up big for the 250th. There's other things going on as well. Jennifer will let us know what's the latest in Park County. McKenna Litynski, who was to join us yesterday, but she had a note from her doctor. Not from her doctor, but she had an excuse. She had something come up. She's going to pop in with us. She's a University of Wyoming anthropology researcher working on a PhD. She's got a new paper out that's fascinating. We're going to look at some of the old hunter-gatherer period and how clothing changed everything. And you can imagine clothing was the game changer for these aren't cavemen. This is when I guess we got out of caves. There was no reason to hide in caves because dinosaurs were gone by then. And we became hunter-gatherers along the equator primarily because we didn't have no clothes. And then we maybe we could branch out. It's getting a little crowded here. My cave is full. I got 4 cavemen in my family. And then we got Joe in the cave next to me, and his kids are crying all night, and the dogs are barking. It got crowded on the equator. And you wanted to branch out, you wanted to head north maybe. Let's see the new Americas. Well, you couldn't do that in winter. Not if you're running around with a loincloth on. You had to develop clothes. And you got to get the old lady to sew them clothes together. And you just say, hey, look, I killed this thing. Saber-toothed tiger. We ate what was inside of him. Get to work on a coat, woman. And the clothing and the advances in clothing, making clothing back then was the key reason why early man was able to explore and branch out into colder climates. Lieutenant Lee Alley is going to be on today. You don't want to miss this. This is what a story. He's a Vietnam veteran featured in the documentary that we touched on yesterday. We had Joanna Kale here from Wyoming PBS. And they're going to be airing a new documentary. It debuts, I think, March 28th. And the first showing of it is going to be at the National Museum of Military Vehicles. That's that place in Du Bois. Perfect partnership there. What a better place to have it. Vietnam Veterans Recognition Event at the National Museum of Military Vehicles in Du Bois, organized by Wyoming PBS, Wyoming Veterans Commission, and the Wyoming Department of Education. It's going to be a gala event, and we're going to debut. I have a trailer of a little bit of what that's going to look like, sound like, and it features, in great part, Lieutenant Lee Alley, one of the most decorated veterans in the state of Wyoming. And he, like many Vietnam vets, struggled after the war, struggled during the war. He said he had to become a vicious person that he didn't recognize. And I imagine that's a coping mechanism just to get through Vietnam. He had to become someone he didn't really like. And after the war, going back to Lee Alley was difficult. Lee said, "Who am I?" He didn't know who he was going into the war. In fact, that's why he went to Vietnam, he said, Lieutenant Lee Alley, is to discover who he was. And who he became in the war, he didn't like. And when he got back to the States, he didn't know who he was anymore. And he suffered from PTSD, he suffered from all kinds of things. Why was I over there? Why he had survivor's guilt? My buddies in the foxhole were killed. I wasn't. Lieutenant Alley's story is incredibly moving, and I'm glad somebody got a hold of him and put him in this documentary. He's going to be on the show to talk exactly about his experiences in Vietnam. Aaron Brown will be here. Wyoming Highway Patrol. House Bill 32 passed. That's the English Language Proficiency, ELP, in commercial driving. It means whenever Highway Patrol pulls over a semi-tractor trailer driver for, improper lane change or an inspection, something wrong, that driver better be able to converse in English. Elsewise, we're going to remove people from the cab. Highway Patrol will talk about what it is that the troopers will be out there doing and what a difference maker this is going to be for troopers enforcing the law on our highways. Senator Cynthia Lummis will pop in. We'll ask about the latest with Democrats holding up funding for the Department of Homeland Security. That means no money for TSA agents, which makes for an inconvenience at the airport. But worse than that, no money for FEMA, for instance. Look at the fires going on in Nebraska. The FEMA would be first and foremost on the spot. They're not getting paid either, FEMA. So this is real. And if the Democrats think they're withholding money from ICE by refusing to fund Department of Homeland Security, they might be misgiven. And I'm sure Senator Lummis will say that ICE is fully funded through the year 2029 through some other means or whatever. So withholding money for DHS is not proving any point regarding ICE activities. They're still getting paid. They're still on the job. You know who isn't? TSA, FEMA, things we need every day. That's not getting funded or paid. No paychecks received by those folks. So we'll ask Senator Lummis, hey, any progress there? The Senate's working through the weekend with the Save America Act. That's going to be going on. We'll talk about that, the voting thing, and with trying to fund DHS. Senate is not getting to come home. The House is coming home. Representative Harriet Hageman was on yesterday. She said she's on her way back to Wyoming from D.C., but not so in the other chamber. Her counterparts, Lummis, Barrasso, they're working through the weekend, trying to come to some kind of consensus in the Senate. Thomas LaCock will be on Wyoming AARP, our final guest of the day, and he'll chat about the latest. 1 in 4 of us is currently a caregiver for the elderly. 1 in 4. And likely in your lifetime, you'll find yourself a caregiver for your aunt, your dad, your grandmother, whatever. And the costs associated with that, up 30%. Thomas LaCock will be on with AARP, and he'll talk about what his outfit is doing to help folks who find themselves giving care to the elderly. All that coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Finally Friday. We got to pause for news. We'll catch you on the other side of that with much more. 1 hour down, 3 to go.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. According to a report to the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission earlier this week, there were more than 6,000 human-grizzly conflicts in Wyoming from 1982 to 2025. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that neither attack last year resulted in life-threatening injuries.
The Game and Fish Commission sat down for a meeting in Torrington, and the Game and Fish Department's large carnivore section gave their yearly report. Some pretty interesting things. Conflict has to involve like an actual attack on a human, actual attack on livestock, human illegally killing a large carnivore, or a carnivore causing significant property damage. So all told, there were more than 6,000 of those sorts of things involving grizzly bears between 82 and 2025. And then in 2025, I think there were around 220.
Brian DeBolt, Game and Fish Large Carnivore Conflict Coordinator, told the commission that conflicts are defined as incidents involving human injury or death, the illegal killing of predators, agricultural damage and loss, or livestock and property damage. A family who moved to Powell in 2025 with their 4 dogs are pleading to the city council to reconsider an ordinance that allows only 2 pets per residence. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that they vow not to take 2 of the dogs to a shelter.
The ordinance is that the city of Powell allows only 2 pets per resident. So not 2 dogs, not 2 cats, 2 pets per household. They have 4. So the question becomes, what do they do with their dogs if they can't legally have them in town? So the Pittmans went to the Powell City Council meeting earlier this month and basically pleaded with the city council to let them keep their dogs. And their plea included asking the city council to extend the ordinance to allow for up to 4 pets. The city council unanimously voted to send the consideration to the city's planning and zoning committee, and that committee will review it on March 30th.
Powell Mayor John Wetzel tells Cowboy State Daily that whenever we start talking about people's pets, there's emotions involved. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Watch for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk, and especially at night. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Representative Rachel Rodriguez-Williams has entered the race for Wyoming Secretary of State. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the representative supports Chuck Gray's conservative platform, but said she'll collaborate well with clerks.
She certainly aligns ideologically with Chuck Gray. She said that was a fair characterization. He was in the Freedom Caucus when he was a lawmaker. She chairs it now. You're going to see, a lot of emphasis on election security, reform, that kind of thing. So she said, yeah, I align ideologically with him, but my leadership style is a little different. She talked about working with different personalities. She talked about her work in nonprofits, her willingness to listen.
Robert Short is also vying for the GOP nomination, and Brian McCarty's running as a Democrat for the Wyoming Secretary of State position. A Wyoming fish hatchery is expected to churn out well over 1 million walleye per year, and anglers are excited. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission on Wednesday approved putting over $9 million toward a massive upgrade of the Dan Spees fish hatchery near Casper.
The Game and Fish Commission, that's the commission that has oversight over the department, approved the last roughly $9.5 million of that budget. They went ahead and said, okay, here's your $9.5 million to get up to budget so that project can get underway. So they're hoping to start construction in September and start turning out fish in April of 2028. And I talked to a couple of walleye fit addicts here in Wyoming, and they're stoked.
The total estimated budget for the project is roughly $25 million. Construction is set to begin in September and end in October of 2027. The upgraded facility is scheduled to begin hatching its first walleye fry in April of 2028. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama.
Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato. Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday. Stories in the Cowboy State Daily today resonating with readers. Certainly this, the Powell ordinance that maxes out the amount of pets you can have to 2 seems restrictive. Seems almost government overreach. I understand there's a from reading Powell newspapers and the Powell Facebook page, I understand there's an issue with too many barking dogs in Powell, I guess. I mean, if that's the worst of your concerns, I think that's a good thing. It's better than, other communities that have to deal with too many stabbings, for instance. Barking dogs compared to what could be wrong with your... What about racing loud motorcycles in a parking garage? Cheyenne. What about knives sticking out of bodies? Casper or Riverton. What about people just found shot? Joliet, Rock Springs. Barking dogs is your issue. That's kind of lower on the list of concerns, which is good for Powell, which is population 6,500 maybe. But yeah, dogs barking is annoying. Feral cats, apparently some say cats are just roaming at large in Powell. I offer as evidence A, the lack of birds. You can't find a bird in Powell. Cats ate them all. So the Powell City Council, is it a city council? I guess they would be a town council. You're not officially a city till you're at 10,000? I'm not sure what triggers your... I guess they're calling themselves a city council. All right, Powell City Council voting on an ordinance that would cap the amount of pets any one property could have, and the cap would be 2. And that seems rather low, judging from most of our readers. That's not me saying that. That's most readers. Cheyenne says on the Facebooks, I don't know very many people in Wyoming with fewer than 2 dogs. Cheyenne says 10 people replied to that, all of them saying same. Yeah. Well, I have 8. One said 2 dogs seems kind of like the average, probably for most of America. But in Wyoming, we love our dogs. And we're talking about cats, too. What if you're a multi-pet household? You got a couple of cats, you got a dog or 2. Suddenly you find yourself at 4 four-legged things that you got to feed. Now you're 2 over the limit in Powell. What do? Do you have to send some to the gas chamber, to the shelter? There are some families that just aren't going to do that. And one Powell family is pleading with the city council to allow them to keep their 4 dogs. When we moved to Powell, it was okay to have 4. Now you change the rules. That's not fair, says this family. 652 people have left an impression on the story, meaning they're mad about it, crying about it, thumbs down, whatever. 535 comments. And as the mayor of Powell says, whenever you talk about pets, people get very invested and very emotional. Certainly that looks to be the case in the news story in the Cowboy State Daily. That's one of the big stories people are following today in the Cowboy State Daily. I'm concerned with this one. Apparently nobody else is, but I hate bugs. I mean, I don't know who likes them other than entomologists, but I just, flies are already out. Flies are out. Wasps are out. They were out early this month. Did you see them outside? I got wasps coming into the house, same wasps left over from last fall. They just freeze for the winter, I guess, and come back to life when they feel it getting warm. Well, it's been 70s in Jackson, and the whole wasp population has woke back up, and they're buzzing all over the place in March. Flies galore. Little early for skeeters, but they'll be here. And the experts say, experts read as entomologists, bug people, they say with the mild winter, we can expect more swarms of bugs, meaning flies, mosquitoes. Mosquitoes, of course, can carry disease, West Nile virus, etc. Plus, they're just annoying AF. But our warm winter or lack of winter is going to mean a buggy summer season, which begins today. Today's the first day of summer in Wyoming. Yes, I know, I misspoke. You call it spring in Torrington with today's high of 87. What is Torrington's high today? They're calling it the first day of summer. Yeah, and I think I will too. When you're in the 80s on March 20, it's the first day of summer. Former Saratoga CEO, Saratoga Chamber of Commerce CEO, accused of writing herself $77,000 worth of checks. Saratoga's small community, the Saratoga Platte Valley Chamber of Commerce, and their former CEO was doing some alleged monkey business with the books. Not the first one to invent this. In fact, this month alone, we've had at least 2 other stories, right, of bookkeepers or people in position of counting the money for an organization who were caught allegedly siphoning off. I'm just amazed it's so easy to do and not be recognized. Boy, that one woman, that was like 6 figures she had peeled off of her. I can't remember who it was now, and I don't want to go look it up. $77,000 worth of checks drawn on Saratoga Platte Valley Chamber of Commerce. Former CEO, 43-year-old Amanda Notwell. I guess the cops called her. Saratoga Police Chief John Moore said Amanda, and she had already left the job, by the way, and she said she was feeling guilt about the money. She knew almost to the dollar how much she had allegedly stolen. Amanda Notwell. And she said, having left the job, she was riddled with guilt. She was expecting that phone to ring any day, and sure enough, it did. And Police Chief John Moore called and said, Amanda, could you come in? We need to have a talk. And she said, I think she spilled the beans. The bean counter spilled the beans. She said, I know why you're here. And I think it was not for the actual stole the money. I think it was for something else. But it soon became clear that, yeah, there was money missing. The police chief counted the money and came up with a number. And Amanda Notwell apparently also offered her own cooked books and came up with a number. And they were surprisingly close, like within $25. She said, yeah, I can show $77,000 worth. Funny business with QuickBooks. I don't know. I'm not an accountant. I would never be an accountant. But I don't know. There are different scams you can do where you create false accounts and you write checks around. I don't know how, in this day and age, how you can siphon money out of an organization without anybody noticing. I guess you can. But most people in this story, the Cowboy State Daily, say that, this is a small community and they would have never thought Amanda Notwell. They would have never. No one suspected, and they're just so disappointed. In fact, one person, the quote here said, I thought she was a decent person. I thought she was this. I thought she was that. And then we find out $77,000 later, maybe she wasn't who we thought. I just hope, things get righted. The money gets put back. And I think Amanda Notwell, and this is all alleged, she's still yet to be tried. She's facing one count of felony theft. For the dollar amount, pushes it to felony. I just hope Amanda, who I think was sensing already the wrongness of her actions, I hope that fully manifests how wrong and we get things made right. We all should have an opportunity for redemption. Other stories in the Cowboy State Daily. Park County man charged with terrorizing his ex-girlfriend with a gun, pointed a gun at her. I mean, if you point a gun at your girlfriend, end of story. For me, we got to put you in a cage for a while because you can no longer live with us. You point guns at people. There might be a circumstance where it was warranted, but if you're the man, if this is the domestic thing, you're the boyfriend, you're the husband, you point the gun, a loaded gun at the wife or the girlfriend, we got to put you in a cage for a little while. End of story. Bar None Mayor said it was a sleazy move that Reed Reisner had a defamation lawsuit served at a council meeting. It is, it's a bold move. The person who served was coming up under the guise that he was going to make public comment, in all these meetings. Poor Bar None. Bar None town council meetings should be the biggest snooze fest ever, right? Bar None is tiny. A Bar None town council meeting should wrap in about 12 minutes, and that includes 2 minutes for the Pledge of Allegiance. I mean, what possible work could they have to do at Bar None meeting, town council meeting? On the agenda today, does Bar None want to be incorporated by Casper? No? Okay. Votes no. Meeting adjourned. Like 15 minutes tops meeting. But Bar None has had some explosive meetings over, well, you shouldn't use the word explosive when you're talking about nuclear. They've had some meetings over the nuclear Radiant and Bill Alleman coming in there telling nobody wants nuclear in Bar None. The mayor's like, oh, God. And now the mayor's got to deal with this guy. He thinks it's finally over. Aleman was just in there the other day making noise. They had to tell him to sit down and get out. Now, with that behind him, the mayor's finally thinking, I can breathe easy. Whew, we finally run a smooth meeting here. And some unknown dude walks up to the podium for his 3 minutes of public comment and says, I'd like to serve this lawsuit on one of your council members. And the bar none mayor just said, that is probably the sleaziest thing I have ever seen. Do you have to do that here now? Couldn't you have done that? Yeah. Bar none town council meetings. Hand out the popcorn. They've become the new entertainment.
Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Look at that.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Time now for the day weather forecast. Don Day joins us. It's March 20th, and it's the first day of summer.
Right? You could be fooled. It's first day of spring, but geez, let's just forget it. Let's just go straight to summer.
I did not err. First day of summer. According to the forecast, my goodness, we can blame a robust high pressure system combined with a downsloping Chinook effect. All that adds up to some warm temps and a little bit breezy and red flag warnings in March. My goodness, Don.
Yeah, not, as we mentioned yesterday, not the time to mess around with fire or anything else right now.
Yeah. It's not just Wyoming. Obviously, I'm reading stories about records being smashed in Arizona, 110 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday in the Arizona desert. That obliterates the highest March temperature recorded in the United States. We're all in it. It's warm start.
Yeah, we're going to see this warm spread across the rest of the country. Well, the lower 48 states, for sure. The high pressure is not even, it hasn't even peaked yet. That's going to happen today and tomorrow.
Okay.
So temperatures could even be warmer today and tomorrow in some locations. And this is a huge, massive dome of very warm, dry desert air. It does get beaten down a bit on Sunday. We are going to cool off a bit, but it's going to bounce back. It's going to like say, hey, I'm back for a few days next week. There's another cold front late next week, but the block out in the Pacific is going to take, it's going to be a week to 10 days before it can really allow things to change enough to kind of get us back on track. But you know, it's really interesting. I keep track, as you know, watch things all over the place. And this came out of the National Weather Service in Fairbanks. Get this. Fairbanks has had 7 days this month, 40 degrees below zero or more, which is the most they've seen since 1942. Now, it's hard to sit here and think that it could be that cold somewhere when it's this warm here.
Yeah. Well, you've said that. It's like a balloon. If you squeeze one part of it, and if there's high temps somewhere, that means somewhere there's probably the opposite weather going on.
There's your extreme.
Oh.
So we've got on the continent, on the North American continent, to do the math, 110 in Arizona yesterday, minus 40 or colder in parts of Alaska.
Man.
So yeah, this is wild. Just craziness.
What a planet we live on, and what the job of forecasting what is coming, much less just telling us what is happening now, is got to be mind-blowing. But Don Day's able to do it. Little bit of a cool off, but when we talk about like cooling down in March, we're still not talking about like getting down to 30s. This is going from 70s to 50s, maybe. I mean,
right, exactly. Yeah, we're just actually cooling closer to normal. We're still going to be above average, but not this crazy extreme warmth that we've got right now. And another one of these fronts will come in Wednesday night and Thursday. That one I think is a little stronger, but I think not only is that Fairbanks information just to show you that when you have one extreme, you have the other somewhere else. But there's a lot of cold air up there still, you know? So that does, and it's not even April yet. So we have to keep an eye up there, because if it decides to cut loose in the right pattern, we can find ourselves in a different situation.
Right.
I'm not saying we're going to.
And then,
you got to watch it.
If it decides to get on the move, that's one thing, and you'll keep an eye on that. What the models say, is it going to move? But then if it moves, just like we've been talking all winter long, can it penetrate this dome of high pressure? I mean, we've seen stuff try to move here all winter, but it didn't get the it didn't RSVP, it didn't get the invite. Winter never arrived to the party, I don't think. All right, Don, have a great weekend. Don Day of the Day Weather Forecast. When Don makes an exit now, he freezes up, which is an extra problem for me. Let me unfreeze Don. Okay. Day weather out. And Jennifer in. Let's go right back to the Zoom room. Find out what's going on in Cody country. I hope you booked your room for the 4th of July. They are going to go wild with it in Park County.
Definitely. They may already be booked. I'm not sure.
Maybe we could sneak you in. Jennifer Thoma is here, Executive Director of the Cody Country Chamber of Commerce. We're going to talk about certainly events coming up, certainly the 250th and the 4th of July stuff, but in general, I want to talk about this movement and this dedication towards like being uniquely Cody and just embracing the Western grit it takes to be Cody, the community spirit, the adaptability, and helping Cody out. Like, and there's projects to do that. We'll talk about recruiting and retaining employees, a 3-part series. We'll talk about the Leadership Institute, but I love the commitment to doing right for Cody first, us first, and let's keep our. I hope we're invited to visit Cody, but I love what you're doing for your own local talent. You're tapping into local talent, professionals, entrepreneurs. You're giving them tools to thrive there in Cody and stay there in Cody. That's cool.
Yeah, thank you. That's our definite focus. We think Cody is a pretty special place, and we really want to keep it that way. We want to keep Cody, but we want to invite a lot of people to come visit us. We want to invite businesses to come do business with us, people to live there, but we want to keep it a pretty special place. So we're really trying to build from the ground up, keep the cowboy spirit, teach everybody how to keep fighting through, weird economic things that keep happening, and looking forward to a really good summer with America's 250. So lots of fun going up in Cody.
What is the Leadership Institute? What's the vision? Who came up with that idea? What are you doing? How can we get involved?
Yeah, so the Park County Leadership Institute was actually started, goodness, in the late 80s, early 90s. It's been around for a while, but post-COVID, it kind of went dormant, and we're bringing it back to life. So we're kicking off a new session this year. It'll start in September. And basically, it's one full day of leadership and community training each month for 9 months. And so, 1 month you'll learn about how to be on a board. 1 month you'll learn about how to be part of local government. You'll learn about local infrastructure, maybe healthcare, education. We've got a lot of different topics. So you'll spend some time in the community learning about those things. Then we also have a facilitator who will be teaching you leadership skills, helping to find out what makes you unique and how you can fit yourself into different roles in the community to become a leader. So we're super excited about it. Applications are open till the end of April. So we have some information sessions coming up next week that we would love to invite some people to.
Very good. Sort of on that same theme, the recruiting and retaining employees series, a 3-part series, that is underway this month and next month, or when is that and what is that?
Yeah, it starts next week, and it'll be one session over the next 3 weeks. A local woman friend of mine named Karen will be teaching those classes. Generational Business Strategies is the name of her company. And so she focuses on how to work intergenerationally within your business, which is really a challenge a lot of business owners are having. How does my, boomer owner work with my millennial manager and then this new Gen Z folks that are entering the workforce? How do they all work together? How do you treat them differently based on how they work? So that should be a really exciting series too. Doing lots of leadership training. So check out the Cody Chamber's website. If you need leadership training in Park County, we're happy to help.
The way that usually works is Boomer Boss has the future plan, and the new Gen Zs are like, I don't want to run the candy shop. And they do something else for a few months, and they're like, oh, that candy shop was great. And they come back and they're like, I want to be the boss of, So
it's an interesting dynamic, especially even in my family. We have 3 generations in our household, and it gets pretty fun.
Very good. Also on the calendar in Cody, the grand opening of the White Rhino next month. I'm ready.
Yes. Okay, good. Yes. We've got actually a lot of ribbon cuttings and grand openings coming up too. Of course, we're moving into season. So some of these seasonal businesses are kicking things off. That's a new one that we're really excited about, a new chamber member. So happy to see that. Kind of hot off the presses, we're going to be doing a groundbreaking ceremony for the new Wyoming State Shooting Complex at the end of April. So that will be fun, get out the shovels and the fancy hats, and we'll go take some pictures of us groundbreaking. So lots of big stuff coming up, even in April.
Is there a closet over there somewhere where you keep the golden shovels and hard hats?
Well, that's a chamber secret that I can't give away.
I figured. Also coming up in May, not too early to start planning the Spring Home and Garden Show. That's always a big deal in Cody Country. And March 21st, what is the American Bear Foundation? It's the 4th annual Bear Banquet. Is that a big deal?
That is a big deal. Yeah, they're having a big banquet, and that should be a lot of fun. Back to May 1st, though, now that you mentioned it, we have the Home and Garden Show. That's also the opening weekend of the park here in Cody. Okay. So our gate will be open, and we can get into the park for the first time. So we have parks and pancakes on Friday. Come by the chamber. We'll give you a pancake breakfast, and you can head into the park. We also have Cam Shawley coming to speak to us on Monday at our Cody Club, the Monday after. What would that be, the 4th or 5th? And he'll be doing his, we call it National Parks Day, and he'll be sharing with us. So that's kind of a fun weekend to be in Cody. If you're not doing anything, come on up. We'd love to have you. If the weather holds, the park will be open for sure.
Oh, yeah. Even though I was looking at your webcams that are on your site, downtown Cody webcam, and then partnership webcam showed that entrance, that east.
We got some snow up there.
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, wait, what is that white stuff? Oh, my goodness, it's snow. Yeah,
there's a little bit.
A little bit of snow at the entrance. Yeah, that Sylvan Pass that always going to hold snow for a little bit. But May 1st, I think you'll be ready to go. Cam Shawley's a great guy. That'll be neat to hear him talk about Yellowstone Park. And I like it.
Yeah, he talks to us every year, and it's always a great turnout. He really has some really good stuff for us to hear about, bigger picture of how the park is involved and what's going on. This year, we're interested to see about this impact of, charging international visitors a little bit more and kind of get his thoughts on that too. So yeah, we're excited.
Yeah, I wonder to what degree you could help, like with the feedback, your local lodging. I would be very interested in what people think about that. Do they think, is that hard on them? Do locals like it? Do international visitors, foreign visitors like it, or don't notice it, or don't mind it?
Yeah, we have mixed reviews on what we think will happen, but we'll definitely be keeping track.
Jennifer Thoma, Executive Director of Cody Country Chamber of Commerce. Sign up for stuff that we talked about or learn more about what's going on. What's the website?
Well, there's codychamber.org where you can find out about everything, but particularly if you're interested in Park County Leadership Institute, we have information sessions next week in Powell, Cody, and Meeteetse, and you can get those at wyomingpcli.org.
All right. Well, it's always great to talk to you and find out what's going on in Cody. It's one of my favorite. It's everybody's favorite town.
Of course it is. Thanks, Jake.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Great weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Friday. That's Jennifer Thoma. She's working up there in Cody Country. Chamber of Commerce. Learn more about the Leadership Institute and recruiting and retaining employee. 3-part series as they try to build up their own there in Cody. And then we're all going to visit in May for the big Spring Home and Garden Show. That's a kickoff to the opening of the east entrance into Yellowstone. Cam Shawley's going to be hanging around. Don't miss the 4th annual Bear Banquet. That's coming up March 21st at the Cody Cattle Company in Cody, Wyoming. A lot going on in Park County. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back with more. I have guests coming up. Andrew Rossi will be on, and then the next 2 hours, just back-to-back guests. It's an exciting Friday show. We save the best for the end of the week, coming back after these.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay. Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Well, if you're doing the whole March Madness thing and the bracketology and you've picked, maybe you're in some office pool or your friends have gotten together and your brackets are busted. I can say that with all assurance. If you're doing the NCAA march to the title and you've picked your teams, unless you totally did it blind and threw a dart at your brackets are busted. If you filled them out sensibly, you've already lost. I think the number is 0.1% of brackets remain in perfection, and that's because of first round upsets. We've seen some teams already out that you probably had going all the way. I think Ohio State, right? 60% of everybody's brackets had them headed to the Final Four. Your brackets are busted. We know that. The numbers show. Crazy. All right, these are the things that happened this day in history. Andrew Rossi is going to be with us momentarily. We're going right back to Cody after we visited with Jennifer Thoma, talked about Cody. I believe we can usually find Andrew and Cody. Today is the first day of spring officially, although as Don and I discussed, more like the first day of summer when you look at the weather forecast. First day of spring, summer, hard to tell the difference. This day, 1876, the Chugwater Division Station on the Cheyenne to Black Hills stage line was established. That was a short-lived stage line, much beleaguered by the Indian Wars. Laramie was incorporated on this day in 1884. Happy birthday, Laramie. An explosion at the Red Canyon Mine in Elmy killed 61 miners this day in 1895. Tragic day. Fast forward 100 years later, 1995, an earthquake measuring 4.2 occurred about 95 miles from Green River, Wyoming. And on this day, 2003, at exactly 9:34 p.m., the Iraq invasion began. Wyoming's Army National Guard would see service in this war in Iraq began on this day, 2003. All these things happen on this day in history. It's March 20th. Time to check out our friends at the Western Ag Network and see what's going on in the world of rodeo.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, new world champion team roper Jake Long joins us, a 15-time qualifier to the National Finals Rodeo. The world champions of professional rodeo had the opportunity to visit President Trump. I talked to Jake, and he told me about the day from start to finish as they entered the Oval Office and the White House. Jake Long on the Roadshow next.
Hi, I'm Kevin Auchter with Auchter Land and Cattle in Kersey, Colorado. On March 21st, we'll be offering a powerful set of performance-oriented limousine and Limflex bulls and heifers, including our National Western Stock Show champion Penna 3. These cattle are designed to complement British-based cow herds, and they all sell with genomically enhanced EPDs, PAP scores, and a first-season breeding guarantee. Learn more at ocattle.com and join us Saturday, March 21st in person or on dvauction.com.
Grounded from Helena is a powerful adjuvant that can take your herbicide application to the next level. It reduces AI loss from UV light and off-target movement while improving deposition and absorption. All to help you unleash precision in every spray application. Spray smarter with Grounded from Helena. Always follow label instructions and check registration before use. Contact your Helena representative to learn more.
So tell me the day kind of from start to finish and things like that.
Well, we got to the White House about, I'd say about 11 o'clock, maybe 11:15, and they got us in there, and we were just kind of hanging out under the West Wing, and J.D. Vance happened to walk around the corner, and that was just such a surprise. We weren't planning on getting to meet him, and he just kind of said hi in passing. He was headed to another meeting, I believe. He said he was 45 minutes late, so we didn't get to talk to him very long, but man, it was such a cool deal. And we got to eat lunch with Secretary of Ag, Brooke Rollins, and man, she was so impressive. And she kind of toured us around the White House there, and then after we ate lunch, she kind of gave us a behind the scenes look at the press side of things, and where they do the interviews there on the back lawn of the White House. And then really we just kind of hung out after that. And we got in to meet Trump about, I'd say a little after 3, and probably hung out with him for about, 20, 30 minutes, something like that, maybe in the Oval Office, just getting to BS with him as a group. And
Jake Long explained the experience of magical. A visit to the Oval Office, one of the most sacred rooms on the planet. Jake Long, the 2025 Team Roping Healing World Champion. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yes, it is on a finally Friday, first day of spring/summer. Andrew Rossi's going to pop on to give us some bad news about bugs. Yeah, usually he's got good news concerning, maybe an aurora borealis, like get outside tonight, see the northern lights. But this time I can find no silver lining with the fact that we're going to see more bugs this season because of the mild winter. There's always has to be a dark side to a light side. The bright side was, for me, and maybe not for skiers and snowmobilers, the bright side was it was a mild winter. Not a winter we had to escape to Arizona. Like most of us got through it pretty easily. I don't know that I wore like my heavy winter coat maybe 3 times this winter. Pairs of gloves, hat, like the whole deal, a scarf, with your heavy winter boots, your packs, the ones you got to wear when you're tromping through snow. Barely had to touch any of that stuff this year. Just was not winter. But the downside is going to be a buggy spring and summer. Thanks a lot, Andrew, for that.
I don't make them. I just call them.
Well, it's spoken like Don Day can only do it. Yeah, so that's what we're in store for, huh? We get that mild winter and an early spring, and what it's going to mean is bug. I already am seeing wasps. Remember, like that's usually a fall thing. Wasps all woke up and they're flying around. Flies are flying around. Not yet mosquitoes, but I'm already seeing the bugs, so you must be right on with that.
Well, there's no guarantees. I think that's the important thing to stress about this. This is just talking about what's a likely scenario based on the conditions that we've had. And Scott Schell, who's an entomologist with the University of Wyoming Extension, that was his assessment based on the fact that it wasn't that cold this winter, and that cold usually forces these insects into dormancy longer. And now that it's been so warm, they're just seizing the day, if you will, and just making the most of the opportunity.
Well, I mean, they woke up earlier, yes. I mean, they sit around all frozen all winter, and now they're coming around earlier. But does that mean there's going to be more of them? I guess they'll just, bugs will do what rabbits do and people do. They'll make more of themselves. They'll have a longer period where they're making more bugs, probably.
Yeah, it'd be prime season if that's what comes to pass. And a lot of that is dependent on environment and temperature as well, though. So it's possible that we could get more wet weather that could flush out a lot of the systems where especially mosquitoes tend to like to breed and propagate. So yeah, Scott mentioned that specifically, like a lot of places where they like where mosquitoes put their larvae, lay their eggs and everything, those are in storm cellars. So if we get a system of a lot of rain and water that flushes out those storm sewers and whatnot, then we might get less mosquitoes because they're not going to be able to stay there because they like stagnant water. That's what they need.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's tough because if you make one user group happy, maybe another is not. Like I feel for ranchers heading into drought. I want a nice wet spring for them and for any ag people who want to grow stuff, but that could produce the stagnant water that makes for bugs. And I hate bugs, man.
Well, nobody's saying drought yet, unless you've spoken with Don and he said it. I think it's still too early to say whether or not we're actually heading into a drought. It doesn't look great, I would say, in just the way the weather's been shaping up. I mean, I just saw we had record-breaking temperatures yesterday in most Wyoming communities in central and western Wyoming, and we're supposed to get close to, if not into the 80s today. So it's pretty warm, but that's not to say next week we could get some more rain or we could get a lot of rain in April and May. The verdict's still out.
71 in Jackson yesterday. That broke a record. 110 in the Arizona desert was the earliest we've gotten to 110 in the United States. Anywhere, anytime. Smashed a record. Today, the first day of spring/summer. What a non-existent winter and a warm spell we're in right now. I just talked to Jennifer Thoma up there in Cody. Do you know Jennifer, the Cody Country Chamber of Commerce?
Yeah, we run into each other all the time.
Yeah, you got a lot going on, including productions of Nonsense. Or wait, what do you got? What's the local theater doing? And are you involved?
Well, yeah, I am actually a co-founder of the Cody Theater Company, and Nonsense, they actually performed last weekend, so that one's finished up. But I know the Cody High School Drama Club's doing a production of Annie, Get Your Gun next month.
Oh, good. Excellent. There's a lot going on in Cody. I saw the webcam. Looks like a beautiful day there. East entrance going to open May 1. Cam Shalley's going to be there. It's all the they'll probably be ready to open earlier than that, but we'll see.
Well, it's hard to say because I think that the trend throughout this whole winter is in the lower elevations. We haven't seen much of anything in terms of snow, but the higher elevations are still doing pretty darn well. In fact, here, I'll pull this up quickly because I have it pretty much bookmarked at this point. Yeah, the Yellowstone basins, some of them are still at over 100% of their snow water equivalent. Others are slipping to like 88% or 77%, but there's still snow up there. And the thing that holds up, it doesn't matter how warm temperatures are, the thing that holds up the opening of the east entrance is they just have to plow all the way from the east gate to Fishing Bridge, and that's going through Sylvan Pass, and that's a monumental effort no matter what's going on.
I don't know how they plow that thing, man. I've driven that in some dicey conditions, and Sylvan Pass in downtown Cody, you might be t-shirt weather and you're barbecuing. Sylvan Pass, it might be a blizzard. I mean, it's a whole different weather climate, and that's a windy, narrow road. Ooh.
Yep, and it's a lot of things. I don't think most people understand that you stick around in Cody, be like, oh, it's really nice up here. The east entrance must be equally as nice. And it rarely isn't. And I think my favorite story is I went into the park just for a quick afternoon trip one day. And between the time I got into the park and the time I was leaving, there was a mudslide that covered both lanes of the highway. So I got trapped at the Haskatipi while YDOT cleared that. And to their credit, they cleared it in record time. But I had to sleep in my car for a little bit before they were ready to open it up and let us go through.
Yeah, you want to be sure when you're leaving Cody that entrance is open and check it. Like there are signs as you're leaving Cody, they'll tell you the current status of that. There are webcams pointed right at the gate that'll show you whether it's open or not, because I've made that mistake, and there is like close to zero cell service that whole 45-minute ride from Cody to the east entrance. If once you leave, you can't then check up on it. You just have to hope it's open or not.
That's one of its charms, is that, you actually get to disconnect from the world and enjoy the scenery, which I'll remind you, Teddy Roosevelt never said was the most scenic drive in America.
It is, though. It is one of the most scenic. You get to see the Burger Boy on the way, and it is a great drive. Unless sometimes you might be frustrated that you have to do it out and back because the gate's closed, but it is beautiful, no doubt.
Well, I usually have to do it out and back anyway because I'm covering a story, and as much as I'd love to just run away into the park, I got to get back to file things.
Yeah. So, hey, that drone of mine, was that pretty cool? Did that have anything to do with the Wyoming PBS special? Why were you there?
No, I was there as part of Leadership Wyoming, which I'm part of the class of 2026, and the Trona Mine Tour is one of the highlights of the program. So we were just there to get an understanding of what exactly goes on and how Wyoming has some of the purest and best soda ash and Trona deposits in the world. And it's a really incredible industry with a really incredible product. And we got a bunch of free kitty litter and baking soda to take home with us, which was a great treat. But yeah, really incredible industry. Just to give you an idea and a newfound respect for what it takes to get all that done and just how important it is for Wyoming and the world as a whole.
Yeah, Trona has so many uses. It's in everything. And I don't even know, how do you mine it? Like compared to coal or anything else? Like, what do they do? What does it look like?
It looks like giant machines with these huge, I compared it to, it looks like a vehicle that someone would chase Batman around in Gotham City. It's got these big bits on the front, and then they dig these deep tunnels. It's like a parking garage underground, except it's vast. Like you could turn a corner and look down one of these tunnels, and it could stretch for over a mile. It was amazing, and not a kind of place you'd want to get lost. It's completely dark and quiet, but there's always air circulation going through because they need the miners to have fresh air while they're doing it. It's incredibly safe. It's incredibly effective. They run 24/7. They've got people going all the time, and they just slowly chug away at these walls of Trona deposits down there. And the mine that I was at, they saying that they had at least another 50 years of work ahead of them to get the stuff that they were working on. And then who knows how much they have beyond that.
Dang. Well, you could have saved yourself the experience, although I'm sure it was worth it. But yeah, that documentary, we had Joanna Kale on Wyoming PBS. They have that whole documentary on the world underneath our world, the Trona miners. They also have that documentary coming up on Vietnam, and we're going to have Lieutenant Lee Alley on later in the show. He is the feature guy in that documentary on returning from Vietnam. That premieres at the military vehicle thing in Du Bois on March 28th. Have you been to that National Military Vehicles place? Museum?
I have multiple times. I even did a tour of their behind the scenes, their tank workshop, which I wrote a story about. And it is beyond description. It is amazing. If anyone listening has not seen it, they need to make a point to go because it is incredible.
It's very cool. It's a jewel and stuff getting added all the time. I think they should drop the vehicles right off it and just say it's the National Military Museum. It's got many, many things in addition to vehicles. Lots of more tanks than you could ever need. And
the thing, if you didn't know this, Jake, is that nearly every vehicle in that museum is in operational condition, because that's part of the mission of the museum. Is they don't just want to have tanks on display. They want to get them to working condition, which is why they have the workshop. They have the original manuals for maintenance. If they don't have the parts or they can't find them, they manufacture them in-house so that every vehicle that they can get working does get working. So in theory, you could hop in any one of those tanks and actually drive it around. And that's actually what they do when they're rearranging exhibits. A lot of times they'll just drive the vehicles directly where they need them to go. It's amazing.
Yeah, and this 4th of July, you'll see them run in the parade. They'll take a few and put them through the parade. I thought it was just a select few that were operational. That's cool to know that they make that part of the commitment to make sure that they are operational and functioning. You never know when we might need them again. Hopefully not. We're going to wage war on bugs this summer and use some
more than likely. Get your fly traps ready and reduce all your stagnant water. Cover your trash cans and please pick up after your pets.
Yes, do your part because West Nile's real and that's mosquitoes and flies are just annoying. Andrew Rossi joining us. Have a great weekend, Andrew, in Cody Country.
You too, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Andrew Rossi. His story about that warm winter, the mild winter, could mean a whole lot more insects. Entomologists are saying that the breeding season extended. While we sleep, flies are making more flies. That's a disturbing thought. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Halfway through on a Friday. Let's stop for news. We'll catch you in 6 minutes. Stick around. We got a lot more show coming up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Some lawmakers say the legislature didn't ask voters to settle whether abortion is health care. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports lawmakers claim it's because they fear the pro-abortion lobby will flood Wyoming with out-of-state money.
I think most people went into this year's legislative session thinking that an abortion amendment proposition would come out of it, would head for the ballot this fall and ask voters, do you want to codify this right? And that didn't happen. So I talked to some lawmakers who said, yeah, but you got to really amp up for that because other states have had lots of out-of-state money come in when they have this ballot question and then all this public messaging starts and they end up with that right codified instead of reversed.
Changing the Wyoming Constitution would take a 2/3 majority in both the House and Senate, then a majority vote by the people at the next general election, which is November 3rd of this year. Without cold winter temperatures to keep them subdued, Wyoming's summer could be dominated by bugs. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that one entomologist says prepare for more flies and mosquitoes.
Wyoming's winter has a direct impact on the life cycle of insects. And now that we've had an abnormally warm winter, that could lead to a much more buggy summer with swarms of insects. But the ones that are going to thrive in those conditions are the ones that people don't like. It's too early to say whether we're going to have swarms of insects this summer, but the conditions are already set up for a lot of insects to thrive as it wasn't that cold this winter. So a lot of insects that would have stayed dormant or suppressed during the colder months are already active and out and about. You're going to see more filth flies.
University of Wyoming Extension's entomologist Scott Schell tells Cowboy State Daily that the earlier mosquitoes hatch, it could lead to a higher transmission of West Nile virus, which can affect livestock and humans. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Watch for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk. Arrive alive. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Police say the former CEO for the Saratoga Chamber of Commerce admitted to writing herself more than $77,000 worth of checks drawn on a chamber account. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports Amanda Notwell's case was elevated to felony court on Wednesday.
Anything over $1,000 is felony, so $77,000 is more than that. What's interesting is that the police chief did his accounting from the bank records and came to an amount a little over $77,000. When he asked the former chamber president how much she thought, she pulled out a spreadsheet. So apparently she had anticipated figuring this out. She pulled out a spreadsheet and gave him a number that was only $25 off from what he had found.
If convicted on the single charge of felony theft, Notwell could face up to 10 years in prison, a fine of up to $10,000, or both. Bar None's mayor said it was sleazy that a Reed Reisner defamation lawsuit was served against a councilman during a public meeting on Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the mayor said it was probably the lowest thing he's ever seen in his life.
So Mayor Peter Boyer told me I'd never seen anything worse. That was on the hyperbolic side, but he still reiterated his point that he found it sleazy. He said those council meetings are for the business of Bar None, not for someone to serve a civil suit on one of the council members. Sobrowski's next step is he can file a motion to dismiss if he believes that the evidence pled doesn't uphold the legal mechanisms that are also alleged. And then if the judge isn't swayed, then they would exchange evidence, and if the evidence then doesn't support the claims, then he can file a motion for summary judgment.
Bar None Town Councilman Dan Zabrowski was sitting in a public council meeting on Tuesday when a man served him with a defamation lawsuit from Wyoming congressional candidate Reed Reisner during the public participation part of the meeting. That's according to a video of the incident and an interview Zabrowski gave to Cowboy State Daily. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Friday, and I want our listeners to go through this exercise with me. Close your eyes. That includes you, McKenna. Close your eyes and imagine a world before clothes. There's no Levi's, no American Eagle. They haven't invented North Face yet. They say clothes make the man, but clothes make the caveman, or at least ancient hunter-gatherers. McKenna Litynski is here. She's University of Wyoming anthropology researcher and a new paper, lead author of hers, centers on, I think, and McKenna will tell us, how a crucial role clothing played in the migration of early man. We're talking about paleo, the late Pleistocene, early Holocene, I don't know, long ago, long before you and I. And basically, folks were living like along the equator because they hadn't invented a puffy yet. And then, once things got crowded where they were living, they said, we ought to branch out. And it was the cold chill, I guess, that clothing, it was pretty crucial. Thanks for joining us, McKenna. It's so good to have you. What is your, obviously we're going to talk about this paper, this research, but you've been doing all kinds of stuff all over the world involving studying this similar period of time. What period of time is this? How far back do we have to go?
Yeah, so this is the late Pleistocene, meaning it's around 13,000 years ago, at least in the context of North America. That's when people arrived here. And it wouldn't have been possible without clothing, because to cross the Bering Land Bridge to arrive in this continent during this really cold period in history, you really needed that warmth and that kind of nice surrounding around your body. But all of this said, clothing would never have been possible without the sewing needle. And that's really what my paper is about.
Yes, because you are as many letters as we want to put behind your name, if we want to, PhD, all the accolades. You are self-professed just a girl who likes rocks and bones. And that's all that's left, I would imagine, of this period. It's not like we can find the deterioration of your average fancy woolly mammoth coat that, that might have been worked up. All that remains now are what you are able to find, what people are able to find, the artifacts. And that's like bone needles that we think, or we know that people sewed with. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Clothing is such an organic material such that it deteriorates in the ground. So we are just left with some of these stone tools and some of these bone needles that are thousands of years old and lead us to clues as to how people lived in the past. So I worked at a 13,000-year-old mammoth kill and campsite up in Douglas, Wyoming, and some of these needles were found in the ground. And it's really in that moment of recovering these bone needles that I arrived at all of these different questions. I started to think about these tools in different ways, and that kind of propelled my dissertation research. So yeah, really exciting stuff.
Interesting. When you hear about these mammoth kill sites that we know exist, many anthropologists are uncovering probably bigger things like, oh, here's the spear they used to kill the giant woolly mammoth. You're looking at much smaller things. Like, why is there a needle? Why is there an awl here? And then, you just ask those questions and answer those questions. We're looking at the University of Wyoming story. UW study reveals ancient needles and awls serve many purposes. Wasn't just for sewing clothes, maybe. Possibly it was did they sew themselves up like a surgeon?
Absolutely. So that's kind of the purpose of my study, is to say, okay, are these tools restricted to clothing manufacture, or do they have all of these other cultural and symbolic as well as functional properties outside the realm of just sewing? And we do indeed see that people are conducting medical suturing. They're producing basketry with these needles and awls, floor mats. They're tattooing people with these needles. And the list goes on. I think I recorded 94 distinct activity types that indigenous societies across North America are performing with needles and awls. So it's really important to reflect on how one small object really changed the trajectory of humankind as we know it. It changed our lives as a society, and it helped us arrive to where we are today. It's just so fascinating to me.
Yeah, I mean, the role of the needle, a bone needle or awl, something you could just pack around in your pocket, just was a game changer 13,000 years ago. It's incredible. McKenna Litynski is with us. So McKenna, how do you know all this time later, what the purpose is, what the uses of a needle might be? How do you know if it was applied to medical suturing or basket weaving or tattooing somebody? How do you figure that out now?
Right. So I'm relying on what's called ethnographic analogy. So I'm looking at lots of different ethnographic documents, which ultimately detail the lives of indigenous peoples around the 1800s to the early 1900s. And there's these people, anthropologists, that are documenting how indigenous peoples, 59 different groups across North America, are using these tools. And then based on those written documents, I can then create an analogy, and I can say, perhaps these people 13,000 years ago were using these tools in similar ways.
Wow, that is pretty cool. Now, wasn't just you had some help on this paper. I think Department of Anthropology Professor Sean Field, Randy Haas, they're in on it as well. You're the lead author, though.
Yes. Yeah, but Sean Field and Randy Haas, both of them played a critical role in this research. It wouldn't have been possible without them. But yes, I am the lead author on this paper.
Fascinating to think a time 13,000 years ago in Wyoming, we were cooking and eating jackrabbits in our fancy new fur coats, right?
Yeah, actually, there's lots of debate as to how people structured their diets 13,000 years ago. Some people assume that they specialized in the hunting of megafauna because they were readily available on the landscape, so things like mammoths and mastodon. But other people argue, yeah, people were eating jackrabbits and then just making clothing out of their really warm coats. So it could go either direction, and there's lots of debate in archaeology as to how people were structuring their diets in the past.
It makes sense, though, why you would study the humble, lowly needle and its role in making clothing, because without the clothing, we would never get the mass migration, the movement away from warmer climes to a place like Wyoming over the land bridge, which I remember when I was learning in school, that was still theory. Oh, we think people walked here when they were able to get over that's pretty much understood now. That's how folks got into the early Americas.
There's still some debate as to how people arrived in the Americas. Some people believe that, yes, people did cross the Bering Land Bridge and they walked here. Once the ice-free corridor opened up and glaciers weren't in the way. And other people argue that people followed what we call the Kelp Highway. So they took boats and they just took the coastal line all the way to this continent. So it could be either way. It could be both. But that is something that people are still having discussions about.
What's next for you? Are you going to stay in the same time period? Is there anything else that your research you didn't answer in the paper where you're like, wow, that's interesting, I don't have time to get it, that's outside the scope of what I want to do? What's next for McKenna?
I would love to build off of this research. In fact, kind of moving towards an archaeological assessment of the relationship between where can we find needles and awls? Are they restricted to colder climates in the past, or are they also found among the warmer ones? I would argue that they are more prevalent among the colder climates, but we need to do an archaeological assessment to ensure that. So that could be next. I'm also collaborating on papers where I'm reconstructing people's relationships with animals in Mongolia during the Bronze Age. So I'm conducting research revolving the domestication of the dog, people's diets in this region in the past, and I will likely be starting a postdoctoral associate position where I do just that. So very exciting stuff.
I'd be very interested in that Mongolia stuff. That sounds cool. You're probably more likely to find this many thousands of years later, more rock than bone. Maybe, I don't know, the chances of finding like a bone needle, or the chances of finding in Wyoming obsidian, for instance. I mean, that can survive for a long, long time.
Yeah, I would say organic material like bone, there is a lesser chance of finding it, especially in the form of the needle. Those are very rare in the archaeological record. So yes, your chance of finding something like a flake or a projectile point made out of obsidian, remnants of people's flint knapping activities in the past is greater. But bone needles, because luckily Wyoming has really dry environments and the soils are not acidic, they do survive thousands of years. And so we do find them in this state.
McKenna Litynski, archaeologist with research interests in zooarchaeology. Would that be like the domestication of dogs?
So archaeology is people's relationships with animals in the past. So anything from what people were eating to the domestication of the dog.
Domesticating and perhaps eating the dog, yes.
No.
It is Mongolia, after all.
True.
Fascinating. That is pretty cool stuff. McKenna, thanks for being on. Always eye-opening. Whenever we talk to any University of Wyoming folks and what they're working on, pretty cool. Find all this stuff at the wyo.edu and look for the study published. We see the story on March 9th. Where did the article get published, by the way? Where's the paper found?
The paper is in the article PLOS One. So if you look on the PLOS One webpage, or if you simply type in PLOS One, needles and awls, it'll pop up.
Very cool. Thanks for being on. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and our great pleasure to be able to host McKenna Litynski, recent PhD graduate in anthropology, and her latest paper, fascinating stuff. What else is going on this hour? I got, we have to get to Lieutenant Lee Alley. Let's make some room and let's take a break. Coming right back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after these.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
There's been times in my life when I have been afraid of myself. I was afraid of what I was capable of doing. You can only lock your memories away for so long. What a lot of people don't understand is you can control the daytime. Because you can keep your mind busy during the day. You can become workaholic or alcoholic, but the enemy still controls the night. I went to Vietnam July of 1967. A very real thing out there, and I suffer from it a lot, and it's called survivor's guilt. I'm in that foxhole. 3 of my guys are killed, and I'm sitting here talking to you. Why? How do I make sense of it? were we here for the right reasons? I mean, all that stuff comes into your mind. I would really like to know who Lee Alley is. I felt I needed to go to Vietnam to understand that guy. But at the same time, I don't want to meet that guy that was in war because he became very cruel and he became very vicious.
Just a little bit of the trailer for the documentary, a Wyoming PBS. Joanna Cal was on the show yesterday, and she talked about this upcoming documentary. This sounds fascinating. The star of it, we'll say the star of it, the subject of it is with us right now, Lieutenant Lee Alley, Vietnam War hero, U.S. Army Lieutenant Lee Alley, one of the most decorated veterans in the state. And what a way to get those decorations, though. That war, that experience for you, certainly life-changing, and you came back from it not the same guy. You went to it not knowing who was the guy, Lieutenant Alley. July 1967. Thanks for being on, Lieutenant Alley. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I really enjoy your show and anxious to have a little bit of time to visit with you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So let's start back in the beginning, shipping out and your reason. I don't know if you were drafted, enlisted, and then heading over there. What did you think it was going to be about, and what did you find out it was going to be about? You talk about becoming this guy that you didn't really want to get to know. You became cruel. You became a vicious guy. I would imagine it's all like coping mechanisms. You were in like survival mode. You had to become this guy to get through one more day in Vietnam.
Well, I think that's absolutely well said. Just a short background. I was actually drafted into the United States Army. But once I was drafted, I scored very high on a lot of my aptitude tests, so I was selected to go to Officers Candidate School. Once you graduate from Officers Candidate School, then you have a 2-year commitment from them. So I went to Vietnam as a lieutenant, and I just happened to land into what I think is one of the better units in the military. And I was around some of the greatest guys that I had ever met. But I very quickly learned that war takes a toll on you very quickly. And all of a sudden, you're not just that sheep herder son from Wyoming. You're a warrior. And I guess the only way to say it is what haunted me the most and haunted me yet today is, you know, people talk about war and they talk about everything else, but I want to talk a little bit about leadership. When you have a 20 or 21-year-old guy, and I was commanding an infantry company that time of about 200 guys, the responsibilities is pretty tough. Do you make the right calls? And those are the kind of things that started to haunt me.
I mean, Army, military, it's all about what we hear, chain of command. And yeah, you're talking about, the average 23-year-old today, I mean, I can't imagine applying any kid today of that age and saying, here's a whole bunch more stripes for your arm. You're in charge of this in a mayhem in war situation. Like, I can't imagine. That's a ton of pressure. Leadership. Did you? I mean, what age were you when you were leading this unit, this platoon?
Well, I was 21 years old. I originally went over and I commanded a reconnaissance unit of 35 men. And that reconnaissance unit and that battle that I was in, where I was overrun that night, and the next morning, of the 35 men in my reconnaissance unit, I had 4 killed, 23 medevac. There was only 8 of us left. And I became very cruel at that time. I'll be very honest with you. War was beginning to take its toll on me. One of the things that people always ask me is, what were you thinking and what were your missions in Vietnam? And one of the things that I had to do because of the political scheme that was going on at that time. I had to completely divorce myself from what was going on back in the States and focus. My only focus in commanding an infantry unit was do whatever it took to get my guys home. That was my mission. Unfortunately, in some of those instances, I failed. It did not pay off.
I can imagine, Lieutenant Alley, that it boiled down to the simplicities day to day. Instead of asking yourself, why are we here? What is the mission of the U.S.? It was more like the Viet Cong are shooting at us. We need to shoot back at them, and I got to get my guys home at the end of the day.
Well said. That's absolutely right. I refused to read the local papers. I refused to watch any news that came over. My only focus was on day-to-day survival.
Yeah.
And to get these guys home. One of the things that you talk about a little bit, you mentioned about can't imagine the young men of today going and doing that. And I kind of have to laugh because somebody said, you were commanding a whole bunch of draftees that probably didn't want to be there. What kind of soldiers were they? Well, I'll tell you what, I would have taken all the draftees they could send me. Because when the chips are down, the youth of America will stand up. I have no doubt about the youth of America today. I have no doubt about what they did then. When the chips are down, the good ones come to the top.
That's hopeful. That's a positive. So tell me about coming when it's over, coming back home, survivor's guilt. Then you could start asking yourself deeper questions like, what was our involvement over there? What is going in Vietnam? And I'm glad eventually from seeing the documentary, the trailer, that you got to go back and see Vietnam people, understand their culture, and they're going through the same things you were. Somebody put a rifle in their hand and said, go do this, and they may not have wanted to be there any more than we did.
Well, in returning to the Wyoming, the military, because of my decorations and everything, the military made me a very good offer to stay in. I was on my way to Washington, D.C. to become a general's aide. I was going to become a captain. But I had to come home and find out who I really was. I was suffering from survivor's guilt. I was suffering from a lot of things, PTSD. And once I got back to the Wyoming, and particularly the University of Wyoming, it was not a friendly place. I will just say that up front. I had a love-hate relationship with the University of Wyoming. I loved the Cowboys. I grew up. I went to University High School on the campus. And that was my dream, is to go to the University of Wyoming. Once I came back with all of the protests and everything was going on, the university was not a comfortable place to be. And the Vietnam veterans basically hung together. We just did our own thing and stayed away from all of that. And I'll be honest with you, I ran and hid and drank for many years. I just couldn't figure out who I was and what I was there. And the only way to do it for me at that time was to bury it. But Jake, that doesn't work. And there was something happened in my life that turned me completely around. And once I turned around, then I decided I've got to I've got to become one of the guys that says, okay, here we are. We've got some problems. Let's go forward. And how do we head these problems face on?
Lee, what was it in your life that finally awoke you to the fact that you were just putting Band-Aids on the problem? You were just drinking, or you were doing whatever and ignoring it. When did you finally face up? What was the moment that was the aha moment? Was it just one particular day? How did it happen?
I'm not going to tell you the entire story, but I'll give you the gist of it. Mm-hmm. Basically, I got a phone call that invited me to a military reunion to become a guest speaker. They were doing a panel discussion on the Battle of Firebase Yeager that I had talked about earlier. And because I had received the Distinguished Service Cross there and was nominated for the Medal of Honor, they wanted me come to come out to this military Vietnam reunion and speak and be on the panel. I had never stepped foot in American Legion. I had never stepped foot in a VFW hall. I had no desire. And I answered them very politely and said, thank you for the invitation, but I'm not ready. I don't want to do it. So they kind of threw out the line, and they kind of hooked me and sucked me into this little deal. And they said, if we would send you some packets of information, would you look at that and tell us if this is exactly what happened? Well, in the piece of information, I read an article that said the reconnaissance unit that went across the river to protect the artillery that night were so tired and beat up from being in combat for 3 or 4 days that they all went to sleep in their foxholes and had their throats cut, and only 3 of them alive. Well, Jake, they were talking about my men. And I just dropped everything I had, and I reached over and I grabbed the phone and I said, give me a plane ticket to Skidmore, Missouri, because I'm going to confront these people. You cannot talk about my men that way. And so it was the talk about my men and the negative contact that drew me back and said, I've got to find them. And the mission had started from then on. And I started finding my men. And what I found, Jake, is even though the war was over and it was many years past, they were still looking for some leadership. And that ended up being me. And I started putting on these reunions for these guys.
Yeah. And that's important. Anytime I talk to a veteran, they'll say the same thing. Civilians, anybody who has not served, anyone who's not been in conflict, they are not going to understand anything about me, because if you weren't there, you don't get it. So veterans have to talk to veterans. You got to stick together that way and be able to help the next one through whatever they're going through. I'm glad you're doing that. Tell me, Lieutenant Alley, about your involvement in the documentary. How they found you, the Alpheus folks, and we're going to see this coming up March 28th. We'll tell you where. It's going to premiere on Wyoming PBS. You're featured prominently in it. What was it like doing that? And they approached you. Did you say yes right away, or was this another, I don't know if I want to do this from Lee, and then you thought, all right.
Well, it's kind of interesting because probably 10 years ago, Wyoming PBS did an interview with me. It was probably one of the better interviews that I had ever been through. And after the interview, the gentleman, I'm sorry, I can't remember his name right now, he said, listening to your story, there's more here than people can believe. And he said, I think what we need to do is go back to Vietnam and finish this. And I said, yeah, that would be good. Well, right after that, that gentleman died of a heart attack, so it died. It buried itself. Well, about 3 years ago, I was at the Military Vehicles Museum in Du Bois as one of the speakers. And after I spoke, Joanna from PBS came up to me, and we were talking about what I said. And I just jokingly, I said, and oh, by the way, you owe me a trip to Vietnam. Mm-hmm. And she said, what? And so I told her the story, and she said, I don't know about this. Well, the Military Museum and some other people got behind this and said, yeah, let's finish the story. We're going to go. So this all started about 2.5 years ago. In preparing to Vietnam, Jay, I had no idea. I can honestly say I do not know. I just knew that I wanted to go back to the country and look at the country through a different set of eyes. The eyes of a young 21-year-old was bitter. I was mad most of the time. I saw nothing but death and destruction. And yet I had a great respect for the Vietnamese people, and I thought the country was a beautiful country. So I said, let me go back. I want to go back with a different set of eyes and look at this country.
We're watching the trailer right now without the sound, and I'm seeing you go back there and try to understand the people more, the place more now this many years later, and find the common ground, the similarities of you and these people in Vietnam. That's the best part about this documentary, I think. I can't wait to see it. And it had to be very healing for you to go back and find out, people are people everywhere.
The documentary speaks for itself. I think it's very powerful and it speaks for itself. And I will just say, probably and I still get emotional, Jake. You got to bear with me a little bit here. When I stood there on the bank of the river at the side of Battle Cudgel, and the Vietnamese soldier that I had fought against, and I knew I had fought against him because he had some documents and some things that only he and I would know about.
Yeah.
And we were getting ready to leave, and he grabbed me and hugged me, and we were holding, and he looked into my eyes, and he said, through an interpreter, he said, "Lieutenant Alley, do you have nightmares?" And I said, "Yes, I do." And he said, "Well, so do I." And he said, "What I hope you understand is I was a young 21-year-old Vietnamese Viet Cong. All I wanted to do was be a farmer, but the government made me fight." And he said, "You were young and you were fighting for your government. Now we must stand here on the bank of this river and we must hug each other and we must bury that and promise each other from this point forward, we will have no more nightmares."
Wow. I mean, I can only wish anybody who served in any conflict gets a healing moment like that, gets to come back to the location and gets to talk with somebody who they once pointed a gun at, and you talk it out and you figure things out about each other. That's got to be an incredible moment. You're going to be, I hope, at the military museum in Du Bois, March 28th.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
For the premiere. That's a heck of a facility. It's a great place. If anybody hasn't visited, go check that out. Lieutenant Alley, for the most part, are you able to put a lot of Vietnam behind you now that you've been able to help others? Sometimes it helps to be the mentor, to help others. The documentary, getting to finally go over there and meet some folks, can you put a close on the chapter, or is that always going to be in your mind, especially when we think about the guys that you couldn't get home?
Jake, and that's a great question. I will tell you right up front, I'm a blessed person. I've got a wonderful wife. I've got great children, beautiful grandchildren. Life has been good to me. And I have come to terms with everything that I did over there. And I came to a point, when I talked about survival skills, that why in the world am I sitting here and everything that I went through and everybody around me is dead and I'm the only one standing? But what I'm hoping that people will take away from this documentary is we've got to be able to speak. We've got to be able to talk. And I don't know how much time we have left, Jake, I'm going to tell you a real quick little story here.
Yeah.
I got a telephone call about 5 years ago from a young lady and said, "I don't know that you don't know me, but I'm Donnie Teague's daughter. Remember Donnie?" And I said, "Absolutely. He was one of the best point men I ever had." Well, he just passed away from Agent Orange, and on his whiteboard by his bed, he said, "Call Lieutenant Alley." And so she said, "I'm calling you to tell him that he passed away." And she said, "After his death, I got into his trunk, and I can't believe what I found. Did you know that Donnie Teague had 2 Bronze Stars?" And I said, "Yes, I did. I knew that." She said, "Did you know that Donnie Teague, my dad, had 5 Purple Hearts?" And I said, "Yes, I did. I knew that." She said, "Well, why didn't I? Why didn't you tell me?" And I said, "I don't know, but I do know one thing. I don't want any more calls like this. I want these veterans to go. I know every one of them has a trunk hidden under their bed with all their medals and memorabilia in it. And I know that there's grandkids and kids out there that want to say, 'Grandpa, sit down and talk to me about what you did in the service.'" And that's my goal for this film and this documentary. If we can just open up and help each other and talk, sunshine is a wonderful disinfectant.
Many, many, many veterans have that same story where they just came back and would not talk about it. just wanted to forget anything ever happened. So good advice from a guy who has learned, Lieutenant Lee Alley. Talk it out. You'd be surprised how healing that is. You don't have to make a documentary of your own. Lee did that, but whatever way you can heal men and women who have served the U.S. in any conflict. Vietnam, this Vietnam Veterans Day at the National Museum of Military Vehicles, March 28th. It's the premiere of the Wyoming PBS documentary, Home from the Vietnam War, and it stars this guy, Lieutenant Lee Alley. Lieutenant, thank you for your service, and appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. I'm honored to do it.
Have a great weekend, and maybe we'll see you in Du Bois.
Oh, I hope so. I want you to introduce yourself to me.
Yes, sir. It's not far from me. I could do that.
All
right.
Over the mountain.
Yes, right. That's right. All right. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with Aaron, Wyoming Highway Patrol, after this.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Friday. Aaron Brown is here, Wyoming Highway Patrol. We're going to talk, beginning our conversation with House Bill 32. That's the ELP, the English Language Proficiency, and the fact that commercial haulers now have to be able to read, write, converse in English, a basic requirement. There's a fear that that could be used for profiling, although I don't know how a trooper would know somebody might not be able to speak English by their driving. It seems to me, Aaron, more like, during the course of a stop, a traffic stop, you would find somebody not wearing a seatbelt. You may find someone who can't do English real good. What does House Bill 32 mean for the men and women in green?
Well, we'll get to the profiling here in a little bit. What people I think that the few people I've talked to that have talked to me about it, what their concerns were. But House Bill 32, in the basic gist of it, is and we're still basically figuring out exactly what this is going to look like. We have a pretty good idea, but we still have some minor details we're ironing out. But that being said, it basically gives power to enforce ELP to all of our local police and deputies. So it's not just a highway patrol thing. Now, the key is House Bill 32 essentially effectively makes ELP a state law. It is a federal regulation. They can't enforce it on the federal level like we can. Our guys are actually trained as federal inspectors to do that. So we can actually put a driver out of service. All they'll be able to do is give a driver a ticket and tell them, hey, you can't drive your truck anymore. And in the event someone else, another person in that, let's say it's a deputy out of Campbell County. If another deputy out of Campbell County happens to pull them over and finds the same thing, they'll know about that ticket. And at that point, it's either a bigger fine and you even have a risk of being arrested.
All right. So do you have any idea of how would a trooper or any law enforcement officer, is it a judgment call whether this driver can speak English? Maybe they have broken English. Maybe they can communicate for the most part, but there seems to be a little gray area on how it'll work.
So officially, there are two steps. There's kind of a pre-step to that even, but really it's two steps. And what'll happen is we are sending this information out to all of our partners in local policing in Wyoming. We're sending this out to all of them. All of our inspectors have this already, and that is basically two laminated sheets of paper. One is a conversation. That's step one, and it has several questions you need to choose. You speak only in English, and you have them answer in English. If they cannot satisfy that, then that they're in violation. However, if they do that, but you're still not totally sure, you can go to step two, which is road signs. And you pick out 4 road signs and you say, okay, so what does this sign mean? Some of those signs are, some universal ones like yield, stop. But there's some others like our digital highway signs we have. They're on there.
Yeah.
Read this to me. And so it's basically a federally sanctioned test is what it is. Now that pre-step I told you about, I've seen some of our inspectors do this, and that is if we start the conversation and there is just nothing, like there's just no English whatsoever, there's no communication able to be done, then they kind of stop it right there because they know where this is going.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you're going to see these guys do their, the full on due diligence and give this test.
Aaron Brown, Wyoming Highway Patrol. You touched on my next question a little bit, is what is Highway Patrol's involvement in helping get the local, the SOs, the sheriff's offices, PD up to speed on what you're already doing? Here is House Bill 32 ELP. Your troopers have already been doing this, and you're reaching out and saying, here's how we do it to a local deputy, let's say.
Yep. Got to put together some of my old videography skills and got the lighting kit together. And we made a video with one of our lieutenants from the Motor Carrier Division, and he did a video on top of, so we're sending that video along with actual reading material to all of our deputies and local police that they're going to get on how to do this, how this works, what it looks like. Again, there's some minor details we're still ironing out that we're working with the AG's office on, just making sure we're doing our due diligence and that everyone has the opportunity to do this right. Because one of the big things is you need to stay absolutely objective here. You cannot be subjective. You have to be objective and neutral. It doesn't matter what someone looks like. It doesn't matter what they sound like. It does not matter where they're from. If they can speak English, they can speak English, period. And so there cannot be any sort of profiling involved in this. And that's how we've always treated this. This is a safety thing. We've talked about that, how ELP is more about road safety than it is anything else. And that's our number one goal at Highway Patrol. That is our number one mission, is to reduce the danger on our roads by reducing traffic accidents and crashes and incidents on our roads. And part of that is making sure everyone can read and communicate with the road signs and communicate with each other.
Very good. So it'll mean certainly changes to other law enforcement, but for highway patrol, House Bill 32 just means you're helping out in the ELP. You're helping other law enforcement agencies do what you already do, right? I mean, how much does this change highway patrol about how they patrol the highways?
It's not going to change anything for us.
Yeah.
What it does change, though, is you'll have a lot of truckers who know they shouldn't be doing certain things, who know they may not pass certain qualifications. And maybe it's not ELP. Maybe it's bad brakes. Maybe it's tires. Who knows? Maybe they're overweight. Whatever it may be, they're trying to sneak around the ports of entry. Now, like I've said before, I'm going to break off real quick there. I've said it before. By and large, our truckers are consummate professionals, and they just do so much to keep us moving. However, you do have those few that try to get around the ports of entry. And so they'll do, state highways, which we'll still patrol here and there, especially on our meat details that we've talked about. But they'll also take other roads that go between states, like those dirt roads. Perfect examples being some of those country roads that go between, say, Carpenter and Hereford in Wyoming, from Colorado to Wyoming or Nebraska to Wyoming, taking those back roads that no one patrols supposedly. And at this point, you could see a deputy on those county roads. Maybe he's patrolling one of those, sees a big old semi truck, realizes that truck may be a little heavy for that dirt road's grade. So we're going to pull him over, check him out, and then, he actually doesn't speak English. We're going to do the quiz. I have this handy dandy paper Highway Patrol gave me. We're going to do this test, and you're in violation. You get a ticket, and you can't drive your truck anymore. You'll have to contact your company.
Yeah, so that right there, that's the reason for this bill. HB 32 is those few bad actor truckers. Yeah, they know highway patrol is going to be on highways, on the major interstates, but maybe not on this little 2-laner. And there wasn't, previous to House Bill 32, there's not much deputy sheriffs could do about it till now.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. Let's change gears. Sorry for the pun. March is Women's History Month, and I saw Highway Patrol honoring those ladies who not only get out there and work in the cruisers, wear the green, but dispatch in ports of entry. You got women working for you.
We do, and they do an incredible job. I've been here long enough to see a few women join and a few women leave. All of them have been amazing at what they do. Shout out to our newest female trooper. That's going to be Kiara Blackburn. She's going to be up on the eastern side of the state. And Kiara's doing an awesome job up there. She's still in field training right now. And then we have multiple others who just constantly impress me. All of our troopers do.
Yeah.
But they just do such an incredible job. And their dedication to their job as troopers is always amazing. But I also want to jump off of them because we have headshots of all of our troopers. We don't have headshots of all of our female port of entry workers or our dispatchers. And I'm going to be working on something to try and get out for our dispatchers in April, because we have emergency telecommunications week in April. But March 12th was insane. And we have this very small, currently understaffed, we're working on that, but currently understaffed dispatch center, and men and women working together to handle this massive windstorm with everything going on. And they just handle it so professionally. The lights went out, the power went out, and they just kept on trucking. Just kept on going. They never missed a beat. And our ladies in our dispatch center, we can't do this job without them. just flat out cannot do it without them. And our ladies over at Port of Entry, they do so much important work, whether it's inspections or simply being a face at the front of the desk who truckers come in and can visit with while they're getting their stuff checked. And all of our ladies at Highway Patrol, at YDOT, at large, they just do such an incredible job, and they do so much for us, and we just really, really appreciate them.
Every bit the heroes of the troopers. Yeah, those folks in dispatch and Port of Entries. Let's talk about two more folks at Highway Patrol, one moving up, one moving out. Trooper Kittleson is now Sergeant Kittleson.
He is. Sergeant Kittleson got promoted. We have one other sergeant, I believe, is going to be getting promoted here pretty soon. Kittleson, I've actually known since I got here. Great trooper, but also a really great guy. Just a wonderful guy to work with, wonderful person to work with. I couldn't be happy for him. He's going to be a great sergeant.
Yeah, added a stripe to Kittleson. How about the retirement of Lieutenant Tim Cameron? Right after we had him on the show, I hope we didn't play a role in that, but Lieutenant Cameron.
I was in his office and he said, "You know what? That interview with Jake, that does it. That was the tip of that does it. I'm out."
Never going to get better than that.
That is not how that happened.
He was mentioned, by the way, by Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. Mentioned him in D.C. That was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, he's been instrumental in several changes in Highway Patrol, including switching over to data-driven work that we do now. He was instrumental in all that. And so he is retiring at the end of the month, and he'll be getting with his family and riding off into the sunset. And we just we couldn't be happier for him, and we're just hoping that he has a wonderful retirement.
Yeah. Well, that's good news for him. Aaron, thanks for popping on. I appreciate it, letting us know what's going on at Highway Patrol.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Jake.
Have a great weekend and a safe weekend out there on the highways, thanks to the work of the men and women of the Wyoming Highway Patrol. Final hour of the show coming up. Time for news, though. We'll be right back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. According to a report to the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission earlier this week, there were more than 6,000 human-grizzly conflicts in Wyoming from 1982 to 2025. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that neither attack last year resulted in life-threatening injuries.
The Game and Fish Commission sat down for a meeting in Torrington, and the Game and Fish Department's large carnivore section gave their yearly report. Some pretty interesting things. Conflict has to involve like an actual attack on a human, actual attack on livestock, human illegally killing a large carnivore, or a carnivore causing significant property damage. So all told, there were more than 6,000 of those sorts of things involving grizzly bears between 82 and 2025. And then in 2025, I think there were around 220.
Brian DeBolt, Game and Fish Large Carnivore Conflict Coordinator, told the commission that conflicts are defined as incidents involving human injury or death, the illegal killing of predators, agricultural damage and loss, or livestock and property damage. A family who moved to Powell in 2025 with their 4 dogs are pleading to the city council to reconsider an ordinance that allows only 2 pets per residence. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that they vow not to take 2 of the dogs to a shelter.
The ordinance is that the city of Powell allows only 2 pets per resident. So not 2 dogs, not 2 cats, 2 pets per household. They have 4. So the question becomes, what do they do with their dogs if they can't legally have them in town? So the Pittmans went to the Powell City Council meeting earlier this month and basically pleaded with the city council to let them keep their dogs. And their plea included asking the city council to extend the ordinance to allow for up to 4 pets. The city council unanimously voted to send the consideration to the city's planning and zoning committee, and that committee will review it on March 30th.
Powell Mayor John Wetzel tells Cowboy State Daily that whenever we start talking about people's pets, there's emotions involved. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Watch for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk, and especially at night. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Representative Rachel Rodriguez-Williams has entered the race for Wyoming Secretary of State. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the representative supports Chuck Gray's conservative platform, but said she'll collaborate well with clerks.
She certainly aligns ideologically with Chuck Gray. She said that was a fair characterization. He was in the Freedom Caucus when he was a lawmaker. She chairs it now. You're going to see, a lot of emphasis on election security, reform, that kind of thing. So she said, yeah, I align ideologically with him, but my leadership style is a little different. She talked about working with different personalities. She talked about her work in nonprofits, her willingness to listen.
Robert Short is also vying for the GOP nomination, and Brian McCarty's running as a Democrat for the Wyoming Secretary of State position. A Wyoming fish hatchery is expected to churn out well over 1 million walleye per year, and anglers are excited. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission on Wednesday approved putting over $9 million toward a massive upgrade of the Dan Spees fish hatchery near Casper.
The Game and Fish Commission, that's the commission that has oversight over the department, approved the last roughly $9.5 million of that budget. They went ahead and said, okay, here's your $9.5 million to get up to budget so that project can get underway. So they're hoping to start construction in September and start turning out fish in April of 2028. And I talked to a couple of walleye fit addicts here in Wyoming, and they're stoked.
The total estimated budget for the project is roughly $25 million. Construction is set to begin in September and end in October of 2027. The upgraded facility is scheduled to begin hatching its first walleye fry in April of 2028. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Mac Watson.
Hello. Good morning.
Mac?
Yes, sir. How's it going?
It's going good. How's the weekend shaping up for you? Have you begun?
No, not yet. Not yet. I still have a few things, loose ends to tie up, if you will, to make sure that next week is stellar as usual, as far as Cowboy State Daily News is considered. But no, it's shaping up to be a rather low key weekend, if that makes sense. It's going to be, we don't have a lot of things to do. I've got to run some errands, but other than that, I'm enjoying the warm weather. I'll tell you that. Winter's over.
I grilled already a couple days ago. I made burgers.
Yeah.
Would have been steaks.
Now what do you use?
But who can afford
propane?
that?
Do you use wood?
Yeah. I do the propane. I do one of those, the Q grill, the Weber Q, like small.
Yeah.
They're cool, man. I love them.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
They're good. But, Andrew Rossi wrote a great story yesterday about, we had a really mild winter, and that's not really great if you don't like bugs. There's a reason why it gets so cold and it's so freezing. Mother Nature has this cycle. Who knows what happened? It sounds like to me she went on some kind of bender and wound up in Vegas all winter, because it certainly wasn't winter here, that's for sure. But the entomologists at the University of Wyoming say we could see more flies and more mosquitoes, and that means more chances of West Nile.
Yeah.
Not good.
I know. For that reason, I love me a good bone-chilling, bug-killing winter.
There you go.
But we didn't get it.
No, we didn't.
There are already flies all over. I got wasps from last fall that came back alive.
Already?
Oh, yeah, in Jackson.
Wow.
Flies in the house, wasps all over the place. Not mosquitoes yet, but yeah, it could be buggy. That mild winter could mean more bugs. I don't like that news.
No, I don't think anybody really does. But it's also, as far as heating up, if you will, that's called a transition in the business. And by the business, I mean the industry. A transition. Things are heating up as far as political races.
Yeah.
And Claire McFarland, the superstar that is Claire McFarland, wrote a very interesting piece about endorsements. And I, you and I are around the same age, and we remember a lot from our youth. Do you remember when? Well, it's always been for a long time, but I remember when rock stars really started to show up on the campaign trail for certain politicians. And what Claire's story is about is, are endorsements really that important? Really? Because somebody says you should vote for this candidate, do they see an automatic vote into office? Not necessarily. There's some political experts that Claire interviewed that said, is it a first tier strategy? No. Okay, it's not a bad thing, but I remember as a younger man, I don't care who John Bon Jovi wants for president. I don't care who, Whitney Houston wanted in the Senate. I didn't care about these rock stars crossing lines and going into politics. I didn't care about any of that. And as I get older, I care even less. I've never understood why endorsements were so important. Again, is it nice to get a recommendation? Well, sure, absolutely. It's kind of like, I need a doctor. Jake, what doctor do you trust? Oh, okay, I'll see if I can, get an appointment with that doctor, word of mouth. But the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Powell Tribune, I don't care who they want me to vote for. I've never understood why it's been such a big deal.
Certainly not a celebrity endorsement or, editors of some newspaper. In fact, it could work worse for you if you're endorsed by, just somebody who doesn't make sense. But I could see why political endorsements are important from someone who is in politics, who may be one rung up the ladder. If Trump tells people vote for so-and-so for Congress, that holds a lot of sway in the way today's political world is. People just want to be aligned with a party, with a person, and if they tell you, you might listen. If the governor says, vote for this person for Secretary of State or whatever, some higher ranking tells you, I like this lower ranking, or even a lateral endorsement, I think those could be important.
I think you're right, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I would want to see who Cynthia Lummis would like to see in her spot. Now, that doesn't mean that it's an automatic, I'm going to vote for that person.
No.
Although I love Cynthia Lummis. I think she's a wonderful person. On a personal level, I really like her.
Right.
But Harriet Hageman wants her endorsement. And Barrasso's, the third in line as far as power in Washington, D.C. I think that's important. But do I care about, who Usher wants me to vote for? No. Do I care who Lady Gaga My daughter hates it when I pronounce it that way. Do I care who Lady Gaga thinks I should vote for? No, I don't. It doesn't matter to me. And like that too, I never understood why newspapers would do it. I mean, newspapers, I know there's this institution, right? But I don't know who the newspaper people are.
Yeah.
So why should I take their endorsement? You know what I mean? So I've just never understood that whole game that's being played.
Yeah, it does seem weird from newspapers that are supposed to be neutral, but they get to step outside of that every once in a while with an editor. You know, the editors say, that's still dangerous ground, man. Although
I don't know how good it does, because again, remember when we were younger, they tried to get all these rock stars to endorse John Kerry and Al Gore. Young people do not turn out to vote like older people do. So it was kind of a waste of time, and I kept looking at it going, what are you guys doing? It's weird.
Yeah. Although I want to know who Flava Flav says I should vote for. An endorsement from Flava Flav with his big clock.
Yeah,
that might be meaningful. But yeah, I do, someone who is in the job, like, yes, if Senator Lummis says, you know what, I know what it takes to do this job. I know from working with whoever, Congresswoman Hageman, that she could probably do this job pretty good. An endorsement there, I think, should be more powerful, at least more than...
Well, that makes sense, right? Because like you said, she knows what the job entails, so she should know who could do the job. Like before, Wendy, the lovely and talented Wendy Core, called me and said, would you be interested in replacing me, because I know what the job is and I know what you are currently doing. I think you could do this. So then she goes to the big boss, and says, I am endorsing this guy to take over for me. That makes sense. That makes total sense.
Yeah.
But somebody who's, on a reality TV show who says, I think this person should be president. Oh, sit down, please.
I know. I see it once in a while. I'll see somebody endorse, and I won't know who the somebody is who's doing the endorsing, and I won't even know who they're endorsing. Like, I don't know either name, and I'm like, well, that's a waste of an article.
Right, exactly. So that, that's pretty interesting that we're going to get, we're going to get into the silly season, and the silly season is basically a part of the political process before an election where they just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. And of course, me being in talk radio for so many years, you scour the internet for the ads. This person hates children. Would you elect a person who wears red on Sundays? Just all this ridiculous nonsense. And of course, we play it on the air because it's, remember Jody Ernst?
No.
Jody Ernst from Iowa? She talked about castrating pigs in her, so she knows all about pork. That basically got her into office. It was that one line of, I know how to cut pigs or something like that. Look it up on YouTube. That got her into office. And of course I don't know if we all do, but the what was it? The Nixon ad with Lyndon Johnson and the little girl in the middle of the field. And you see the little girl counting the petals. She's pulling off the flower, and then it stops. And then you hear this real big 4, 3, 2, 1. And then a nuke goes off.
Ooh.
That is recognized as the first majorly influential political campaign on television. And I think that was Johnson versus Nixon back in the 60s. And it's just gone downhill from there. There are just so many ads that some are effective. The Willie Horton ad, if you remember that one, that was effective for Dukakis. Michael Dukakis let Willie Horton out. He killed somebody. So that was, I think, during the 88 election. There's all kinds of ads of, this person's done this bit wrong. This other person's done this wrong. So we're going to start seeing that in April, May, and of course into the summer with the midterms coming up.
Yeah. And the primary in Wyoming is the bigger day usually than than the general. So it all happens August 18th. That's a big, big day. And as far as endorsements, yeah, you're thinking along the lines of Senator Bo Biteman. I asked him, state senator, who is running for U.S. House. I said, will it be important to get endorsements? Trump did say offhandedly that Biteman would make a great governor. I'm like, do you run back and see if can you just change that governor part?
Yeah.
And he said, I think Wyoming voters don't like to be told who to vote for regarding the endorsements. And I'm like,
I would agree. I would agree with that to a point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you want to feel like you belong to a sense of community, but you don't like being told, this is the person we need to vote for. This is the person that needs to be the next whatever. I think you're right. I think people are like, man, do I like this person? Yes, but don't tell me, let me figure it out for myself. So yeah, I think you're right.
This is 1 year I can think of that I did not fill out my NCAA brackets, and I'm kind of glad I didn't because apparently everybody's brackets are busted.
And it only takes one.
It
only takes one. I don't want to call it Cinderella because that's an overused term, but it only takes one team that you don't expect. Like I guarantee, talking about brackets and gambling, I guarantee 90% of the country has never heard of High Point. They don't know where High Point is. They couldn't point out High Point University on a map.
Yeah.
And yet High Point upset Wisconsin. And then VCU, I was just talking to our reporter, David Madison, who is a big University of North Carolina fan. He grew up there. David is beside himself as VCU. Do you know what VCU stands for? That's another one. Nobody knows where High Point is. Nobody knows what VCU stands for. Virginia Commonwealth University. They're out of Richmond, Virginia. No, I mean, VCU was really good a number of years ago with Shaka Smart. Then Shaka Smart left, went on to Texas, and I'm not really sure what happened to Shaka Smart. But my point is, VCU has been pretty good for the past number of years. But were they as good to take on North Carolina and win? No, I didn't see that coming. But that's why we love watching, right?
Yeah.
We want a Siena to beat a Virginia. We want a UMBC, which again, nobody knows where that school is. Remember when UMBC beat Virginia in the number 16 to 1?
And they were on fire that game. They could have beat an NBA team. They were insane.
Very true.
They were out of their mind.
Lost the next one. But that's why we watch. We watch to see the Mount St. Mary's take on, the Wake Forests and win. And break our brackets,
It's the magic of that sport on any given.
Right. That's why you play the game.
Yeah.
You don't do it as an extrapolation. You have to play the game.
There was some bracket busters. TCU beating Ohio State. That ruined a lot of people's. If you had that one team carrying on to the Final Four or the end, that team may be gone now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think they said only, what was this? Like 0.06% of all brackets filled out are now truly correct. Are still correct.
It was a 0.0 something. It was bad. Right. Like, oof. Yeah.
So I used to work with a guy, and this was before the internet. This was before our phones and all that kind of stuff. He would literally bring in 2 televisions into his office and watch as many games as he could. Nobody's working. Nobody's working on Thursday. Nobody's working today. I mean, we're all watching the Final Four or the NCAA stuff. And I get it. I get March Madness. I really do. And we had this one woman I used to work with at another radio station. She would fill out the brackets just by the mascots. If she liked the mascot, and you know what? She would make it toward the end every time. It would be infuriating.
Yeah. Shows you sometimes what a crapshoot it is. Yeah. When people are like, oh, I like their colors. And they beat you and you've been studying it, analyzing it. You've seen every college game. Yeah.
This is a true quote. Jamie, why did you choose Duke? I have an uncle named Duke. And she would go farther into the playoff than anybody else.
Aggravating for those of us who think we know what we're doing.
Well, especially hardcore sports guys that analyze and look at stuff and pay attention to stuff. It's one of the most frustrating endeavors ever to fill out a bracket and actually watch it play through. I know guys that fill out like 20. They're in 20 different bracket, whatever.
Yeah.
And you can just see the look on their face by like today. They're out of it. They're done. It's just so frustrating.
All right.
But again, it's one of the big things like the Super Bowl that bring us all together. Even if you hate college, not hate, but if you don't like college basketball, everybody has a chance filling out a bracket. Everybody has a chance. It doesn't matter how much you know or don't know. If you don't know where Siena is, Mount St. Mary's, High Point, if you have no idea where TCU, VCU, or VCR University is, it doesn't matter. You can fill out a bracket.
One last thing, Mac, and then we gotta bounce to our U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis. My new favorite reality TV show is now the live stream broadcast of any bar none town council meeting. Whether Bill Alleman's going to come by and tell everybody we all hate nuclear, or whether Reed Reisner is going to sue another council. You never know what's going to happen at one of those meetings. The poor mayor is like, oh my goodness, what a circus we're running here.
Bar None is the new Secret Lives of Mormon Wives reality show.
Yes, it is.
That's must-see TV.
It's gone bizarro, whatever.
I know.
And you would think, like Tiny Bar None, the average town council meeting should be over in like 10 minutes, including the Pledge of Allegiance. Like, what? Any new news to discuss? Nope. Old news, new news. Well, I'm done.
Could we put a traffic light? Nope. Let's go home.
No.
Okay. But I will say this. My wife is a lawyer, and I was kind of joking around with the guy that showed up and during the public session, the public part of the town, serving the documents.
Yeah.
He was like, don't give him, he's doing his job. Do not give the server any kind of guff, because he's doing his job, and he did it well because he served his client.
And he's just the messenger, and the whole point is to serve someone, you got to know someone's going to be there. He was pretty sure, yeah. Thanks, Mac. Have a great weekend.
Right. Tell Cynthia Lummis I said hello.
I will.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own, a place that I call home, this place that I call home.
And we're back from break on a Cowboy State Daily Show. Finally, Friday, U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis is with us. Let's start with where the most trouble is. Day 35 now of the Democrats' shutdown. DHS shutdown. Department of Homeland Security remains unfunded. I think it was the Democrats trying to prove a point over ICE, but the point is misguided. ICE is funded through 2029. You know who's hurting is FEMA, TSA, and the American people. Can we get this over the finish line? It seems impossible, Senator Lummis. You're going to be working through the weekend, I think, because of this and the Save America Act, and still a lot of work done to be done in D.C. Thanks for being on DHS. Can we get it funded?
Jake, it's been an absolute juggernaut. As you know, now the TSA workers and others have missed 2 pay periods. So for those that were living paycheck to paycheck, which is a surprisingly large number, this is getting very critical. So we've lost over 300 TSA employees. The numbers that are failing to come back to work increases every week. The lines at airports are getting extremely long. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy's talking about maybe even closing some of the smaller airports to move TSA employees to the big hubs so we can alleviate this terrible backlog for passengers who are taking their families on spring break trips. So it's getting painful for the American people, and yet the Democrats, knowing exactly what you just said, when you introduced this segment, they still won't stop their battle against everyone. And it hurts everybody except the people they're trying to hurt. Yeah. Because as you pointed out, we funded ICE and Border Patrol in last summer. And so they're fully funded. They're not in any way impaired by this. Then you look, Jake, at the threats that are growing with the war in Iran of terrorists coming in or activating the cells that were already here, the terrorist cells. This is a very dicey situation we're in. So yesterday, finally, some of the Senate Democrats sat down with some Senate Republicans to try to negotiate through this because President Trump has submitted to the Democrats offers to compromise on some of the things they want, but so far it hasn't been very fruitful. They want a pound of flesh for what happened in Minneapolis. And I guess they haven't gotten their pound of flesh yet. It's really bad.
Yeah, and I wonder if it helped at all, or Kristi Noem's the replacement of her, moving her on to another assignment. Was that to appease Democrats, or did it? I don't know if that had any effect. Hopefully, at least get them to sit down at the table, but. In any way, Senator Lummis, I did want to talk about not only inconvenience to travelers, spring break, TSA, long lines. Yeah, that's a pain in the butt. But FEMA, we're seeing wildfires rolling through Nebraska. Wyoming has already had wildfires. It's been a crazy winter. FEMA, like accessing FEMA, that's going to be a problem as well.
Yes, I met with our State Department of Homeland Security, and there are no FEMA people there to help out. For example, there was a wildfire that was approaching the town of Wright, about a week ago, and they have this system called Ready, Set, Go, where you evacuate a town when you get to the go. And they were on the set. So the next step would have been to evacuate right. And no help from FEMA because there's no, the FEMA's closed. And I hear it even from my colleagues back here who can't even get money that they should have received when there were North Carolina floods in Western North Carolina where so many people were killed. There's money still sitting there, grant money that they're supposed to receive, and it's just sitting there. There's no way to rationalize what the Democrats are doing here.
Let's talk about the conflict in Iran. This war seemingly has been going on a week or two, but honestly, it's a war that's been since the 1970s, Senator Lummis. This is a long time. This is the beginning of an end of a war with Iran. I think the American people, for the most part, want to know what is the game plan? What is the end plan? I don't think it's the intent of the administration. You can tell me, you're closer. I don't know if you're in the war room with Hegseth and Trump, but you're closer than we are. I don't think the intent is regime change. That's up to the Iranian people. I think President Trump's intent is to rid a rogue nation for the ability of developing nuclear weapons program. We've warned them over and over, you can't do it, and you're gonna be punished for doing it. And now we see it. Is there an end game, though, from what you understand? Where are we with this war?
Yeah, Jake, you're spot on. That is still the goal. That's the stated mission. And even though you hear some people say, oh, maybe now it's regime change, but no, it's not. The stated goal remains the goal, and that is to prevent Iran from ever developing a nuclear weapon, plus prevent them from developing the ballistic missiles and drones to seal off their nuclear weapons, protecting them from attack. That remains the goal. We continue to be briefed by General Kane, as well as Department of War Secretary Hegseth and others. The war is progressing ahead of schedule. They actually have a schedule for what they hope to accomplish with each day's series of bombings. We are ahead of schedule. Obviously, the Israelis have their own independent schedule and approach to this. Yes, we coordinate some moves with them, but not all moves. For example, the United States had agreed not to bomb their refineries and natural gas pipelines. The Israelis chose to do that and took out some of those facilities. So we're coordinating on some points, not on others, and we're ahead of schedule. Now, I know that Pete Hegseth is in the war room at this very minute. They're continuing to prosecute the speed of this, but because the goal is not achievable on a certain date, they have target dates, and they know when they hope that they'll hit that magic date when the goal is met. But they don't want to state that because it tips off the enemy, number one, and it leads the American people to focus on a date rather than a goal.
Yeah. Senator Lummis, I know it's not in the headlines like the Iranian conflict, but it's important to Wyomingites. We had Representative Hageman on the other day. With her help, your help, and Senator Brasso's help, we got money for the Fort Laramie Canal Tunnel. It's important to us and Nebraska and the West.
Yeah, I had a chance to fly over that when it broke.
Yeah.
Fly over it with Governor Gordon in a helicopter. It was a pretty dramatic happening. So, yes, $100 million. has been allocated towards this repair. So that's very much a welcome achievement. Every once in a while, your congressional delegation can get together and serve Wyoming in a very specific way.
Yes.
This is one of those examples. So we're very proud of this.
Yeah, with all the things that have to be tugging in a direction and money, I was impressed that the three of you from Wyoming got that through, got that noticed, and somebody signed a check. That's fantastic. How about the Save America Act? I know that's going to cause you to be working through the weekend. Congresswoman Hageman got to come home to Wyoming, I think, today. But you're going to be in D.C. through the weekend still working on this?
Yeah, the Senate has been in session more than ever in history.
Yeah.
And it's because we struggle to get to 60 votes since there are only 53 Republicans. And the Save America Act really just does two things. It requires that you be a citizen to vote and that you show your ID when you vote. And to have something that simple, that 80% or more of Americans support, and that's including Republicans, Democrats, and independents, and have the Democrats oppose it, is yet another head scratcher. Their whole goal is to take control of the U.S. House of Representatives in November. And their whole strategy is based on passing nothing that President Trump wants, opposing everything that President Trump is for, and to put up an absolute roadblock so they can debate it. They're not even telling the truth. You know, Jake, every once in a while I have to chair the Senate. You know, for an hour or two, we take turns chairing the Senate. So I've been listening to the Democrats debate. They're even misleading the public. The other day, I heard one of the senators say, a real ID is not good enough. That's absolutely false. If you have a driver's license that is a real ID or a real ID that is not a driver's license, that's all you need to show to vote. So they're not even, they're miscommunicating. And either intentionally or unintentionally, they're lying about the bill. So it's super frustrating. We're going to be voting all weekend. I had to cancel all my plans in Wyoming, and I'm pretty bummed about it. But this is important.
Yeah, I mean, it seems simple. We have to show identification to cash a check, board a plane, to do almost anything. And why shouldn't it be the same for voting? I think eyes are on November election and not on the here and now with the Democrats.
You got to have an ID to get a fishing license to prove you're a Wyoming resident.
Yeah.
It baffles me. I'm constantly disappointed, maybe that's the right word, that all the focus is on being in control, having power, rather than doing the work that the American people elected us to do.
Yeah. Well, Senator Lummis, maybe you could remind your cohort there, Senator Bradshaw, that he does have a whip. And perhaps this is the time to make use of it.
From Keith's Ropes. It's in his office.
Yes. I think he'd break it out this weekend. We might need the whip. This is emergency measures. Let's talk about banking. One last topic. Whether it's Bitcoin or whatever. You chair the banking subcommittee on digital assets. It's the future of banking, I think. You just met with Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh. We're talking all things about banking, and can we get to a point where Bitcoin and digital assets are similar to money? A security? Is it a security? Is it an asset? Is it actual currency? We need to clarify what Bitcoin and digital assets are.
Which is the goal of my legislation, Jake. And so the banks have been a real obstacle. A group of us met yesterday to try to get over this conundrum. Among the things we're now talking about is maybe adding the community bank bill legislation to the digital asset structure bill. So the community banks can just say they're getting some relief from the onerous requirements that were established during Dodd-Frank. They were treated like the great big banks in terms of the regulatory hurdles they have to jump through, even though the loan amounts they provide and the people to whom they provide it are known to them. You just have a more intimate relationship between community bankers and their community. Yet they were treated like, the big banks who really don't know their customers, filling out all kinds of ridiculous, unnecessary paperwork. So we're talking now about let's maybe provide the community banks with the relief that they want and wrap it into the digital asset structure bill, market structure bill, so they can see that we're not trying to change their world in a way that's going to hurt them. Someday, and it's going to happen soon, the digital asset offerings for financial assets are going to be offered right alongside fiat currency. And you're going to be able to exchange between them. You're going to be able to use one as collateral for another. You're going to be able to borrow one against the other or with the other, or have mortgages that are backed by Bitcoin so it reduces the interest rates. There's going to be so many opportunities to provide financial products that are stronger, faster, cheaper, safer. Those are the goals. And so we need to get this across the finish line.
The volatility of the U.S. dollar alone is reason why this is the future. Senator Lummis, thanks for being on. I'm sorry your weekend is kind of ruined. Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act. That's going to keep Senate in D.C. through the weekend, as well as DHS funding. I hope both those things get resolved in a weekend and you can get a break from doing all that Senate stuff. Thank you.
My pleasure, Jake. Nice to be with you. By the way, love your hat. I got to get you a cap. You're a cap guy, aren't you?
Only because I'm a bad hair guy, but yes. Yes.
Hey, thanks again.
Thank you. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Tom LaCock in next after this.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute pre-diabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/team up.
And once again, saving the best for last. Our final guest on a 4-hour Finally Friday of Cowboy State Daily is Thomas LaCock, Wyoming State Director for AARP. We're going to talk about caregivers, those unsung heroes, and I got some scary numbers for it, maybe scary. 1 out of 4 of us are caregivers to somebody elderly. Maybe it's an older aunt, dad, mom, grandma. 1 of 4 of us, and sooner or later, all of us will probably be in that position. Here's another stat. Only an estimated 3% of adults 50 or older have some sort of plan for long-term care, like paying for it. And paying for it is getting harder and harder. Yeah. But we got the good folks of AARP who are going to help us navigate through it. Thomas, thanks for being on. Where do you want to start?
I appreciate the opportunity. You know, you had mentioned that question about caregiving and the question about costs involved.
Yeah.
Boy, unfortunately, we came out with a new report here in the last week that does suggest Wyoming residents saw an increase of over $32,000 since 2021 for a private room in a nursing home, as well as $35,000 for a semi-private room. The good news is we're seeing smaller jumps in price for things like home health aides, which is a great option. We know that people want to stay in the home as much as they can. Every report that we've ever done, every survey we've ever done says as much. And the really good news is that's something that's good not just for the folks in the home. It's also good for the state, because we know that when you hit that point where you've got 1 car, 1 house, $2,000 in assets to your name, you can move to nursing home care. If you need it, on the state Medicaid program. Right now, almost 70% of those who are in nursing home care in the state of Wyoming are in that program.
Staying in the home is also made harder by property and taxes, but some relief there. Is it, Thomas, is it just for where I am, I see long-term nursing care going away. Like you see the availability of these facilities, they just go. Are there less of them, more demand, or less supply, or a little of both?
We're actually seeing probably a little bit less demand. In fact, our friends at the Department of Health have kind of walked through that in thinking that they were going to see more folks who wanted to move into nursing home. But actually, COVID and thereabouts, since then, we've actually seen less of a trend of people wanting to get into a nursing home. Now, granted, that's something that, when you need it, you're thrilled that it's there.
Yeah.
The state has put together some really great programs to help people stay in the home a little longer. A couple of those programs actually scored some nice wins during the legislative session. The Community Choices waiver got an extra $11 million to help cut down on that, cut down on folks who are waiting to get into it. And that's one that pays for folks to get home services if they need nursing home care and hopefully be treated in the home. Senator Bo Beitman added another $1.6 million in a budget amendment to the Wyoming Home Services Program as well. So we're funding those senior services well, and we understand that the more we can fund those and keep people in the home, it's the least cost option for the state to spend.
You probably had close eyes on everything that happened in that budget session. That was great to learn about, Senator Beitman. What happened in the session as far as funding? Anything the AARP would be concerned about our elderly and care for? Did it all go well? We heard for some things money was held in the balance, but did we get stuff funded that we needed to?
For older adults, we were actually thrilled with how the session came through.
Okay.
I talked about those two home services programs that saw a little bit extra money. We were very, very happy that the legislature was willing to move an extra $6.8 million in the biennium for next year, because the One Big Beautiful Bill Act actually did some cost shifting of administrative costs for food stamps in the state of Wyoming. Now, interestingly enough, it used to be 50-50 cost of administration. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act moved it to 75 for the state, 25 for the feds. That's important for a number of reasons, not the least of which about 63% of the people who are actually on food stamps in the state of Wyoming are either kids under the age of 18 or older adults over the age of 60. And so really, there are already work requirements involved with that. And so there wasn't a whole lot of change in that direction. But it was nice to see the legislature step up and take care of those who really struggle to take care of themselves. The other piece that funding-wise that we were excited about was, and this sounds a little bit funny to be excited about this, but for the last 2 years, the legislature had what's called adult task force, vulnerable adults and mental health task force, made up of legislators, Department of Health, Department of Family Services, just asking, what can we do for people that are in that place that have been termed vulnerable by statute, and how do we help them? And one thing that came up is that we've kind of underfunded that world for quite some time, and so that one did get full funding, and that money goes for things like, from time to time, we'll see someone who is living in their home, wanting to stay in that home as long as they can, but unfortunately, it can't keep up with the cleanup. Can't keep up with medication management, things like that. Some of that money can go to that. By the same token, if it's a really rough, dirty house case, some of that money can also go towards emergency housing, putting someone up in a hotel until we're able to get that place clean and safe for the older adult who wants to stay at home. Because truly, that's what those particular programs do.
Want to stay at home, and it's probably the better financial option because, as your new study showed, since 2021, nursing home costs in the state have jumped by more than $30,000 annually. Everything going up, including our age. We're an aging society, definitely in Wyoming and across the country. We're getting older, all of us.
Absolutely. And we certainly agree that nothing costs what it did 2 years ago, 4 years ago. We are seeing some increases. The good news is we're not seeing as high of increases in assisted living, and that's different than nursing home care. Same with home health aides. We are seeing some increases as well in the homemaker area. The big concern is just to be sure that as costs rise faster than older adults' household income, you gotta hope that that's still available, that people can still pay for that. Otherwise, like I said, they can move over to the state Medicaid. But once again, that's after they drain the savings, and that's after they drain the assets to about $2,000 plus one house, one car. A lot of folks really want to give something to that next generation, and while we appreciate that, we also make sure that they know if you need it, if you need to spend it, by all means, do what's right for you and your family.
State Director, AARP, Wyoming, Thomas LaCock is with us. Many resources available to you, including, don't forget yourself, you caregivers. If you're giving care to somebody older than you, there's, I'm looking at the 5-week self-care series going on in March that focuses on those unsung heroes, those giving care. Take care of you first. Same way when you're on an airplane, you do the oxygen and then you share it with other. You got to take care of you first before you can take care of dad, mom, grandma.
Couldn't agree more. And a couple of things that also the Care for Caregivers program was actually started in Sheridan. So they've got one set going up in Sheridan. it became so popular that AARP National said, how'd you guys do this? And asked AARP Wyoming, and specifically Stella Montano and Susan Bigelow up in Sheridan, the ones who put this together, put together a DIY kit. So a do-it-yourself kit. If any other community in the country wants to do the same thing, what do they need to know? Where do they start? Things like that. And so it's been super successful. They get about 40 to 50 people there every week. They always start off with a meal. Okay. And part of the reason they do that is because if the thinking being, if you're a caregiver, if you're a full-time caregiver, and you know that you need to feed yourself, you need to feed your loved one before, it makes it a little bit more difficult. The other thing it does is just brings people together as a kind of a community group. We do the same program here in Cheyenne every Monday night. Feel free to get in touch with us, and we'll tell you how to get there. But it's at the Laramie County Library, and the cool thing about it is, I've gone up to Sheridan twice now to go do videos of what they do for the care for caregivers. It's kind of a tongue twister sometimes.
Care for caregivers.
The care for caregivers. It gets there. And the funny thing is, they cut out at like 8 or 8:30, and nobody leaves. Everyone wants to talk to one another. And when I asked a couple people about that, I said, why do we see people stick around? And the answer was, if I've got somebody who is dealing with the same thing I am, I want to trade tips. I want to understand where they're at. And sometimes I just need to vent, and they get it. Yeah. And so it was never set up to be a support group. Inevitably, it has turned into one, and what a wonderful thing. So that's something Sheridan, and it's in Cheyenne. It's free Monday nights. Get in touch with us, and we'll get you to the right place.
Way to go, Sheridan. And once again, Wyoming leads the way. And the example of care for caregivers and how it's now gone national thanks to Wyoming. Hey, Thomas, thanks for being on. Have a great weekend. Thanks for everything you're doing at AARP Wyoming.
Thank you, Jake. Go watch some basketball.
It's too late. I don't even recognize all the teams left in it, but I will.
Okay, take care.
All right, Cowboy State Daily Show. Yeah, bracket busting. NCAA tourney. This been some big first round upsets. Hey, big thank you to Wyoming State Director AARP Thomas LaCock stopping in with us to close out the show. Jennifer Thoma, Cody Country Chamber of Commerce was here. Tim Bradshaw, Cheyenne Regional Airport. He's the outgoing manager and the new guy. And Jim Magagna was on trying to make sense of the drought, the Nebraska fires. McKenna Litynski. We were talking hunter-gatherers, prehistoric man or old man. Lieutenant Lee Alley, the subject of the Wyoming PBS documentary that's going to debut March 28th. Aaron Brown, Sen Cynthia Lummis had so many guests on today. It's been fun. Have a great weekend. Enjoy Cowboy State Daily Show with Jeff tomorrow, Saturday edition, and I'll see you Monday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.